All right. Last time, we had a bunch of little different threads going on here. So we can go back to Yuzu Minakuchi, and we have two different routes that have split up from here. One in which he sees a ghost version of himself at the bottom of the sea. And he goes to his best friend Azami. He's like, hey, bro, this shit is whack. Like, hella whack. We should probably do something about that. And then they talk about his origins, background, his mom potentially being a mermaid, things like that. You know, normal things. And then we have the branch where none of that happened. And it's just like, all right, everything's cool. However, none of that matters because we have the best section of this game in its entirety, diving. We're going to completely ignore the story. We're going to go diving again. All right. Now, a little bit before stream, I did go ahead and max out all the ranks for my diving skills, just because, you know, I think it'd be kind of boring if I just did that for like an hour. So I went ahead and did that. However, over the course of this, because my vision has been expanded, hold on, it was this way, yeah. It was much easier for me to see things that I had missed before, like that one question mark over there. Under the sea stream, let's go, yeah, under the sea. And here we go, there was the bird that I was looking for this entire fucking time and I never got. Those mockingbirds are basically just little collectibles that appear up, in the game. And that was the only one I have been missing. Very mean of them to hide that there, and I literally needed to get max rank in order for me to see where that was. Although part of it may have also just been, my inability to fucking look up. Because this game does kind of condition me to look along the sea floor. I don't know for what reason you could possibly, think of that would cause me to do that. It's fairly subtle, so I wouldn't be surprised if many of you didn't see that. Oh man, I swam just past it. My swimming speed is too good now, and it makes it hard to get to things. Anyway, there we go. So, lots of fishing was done. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to max out the diver compendium, whatever it's called. Hey, rank up. Oh, there we go, Mockingbird number 6. You know, fuck it, we'll check you out now. Number 6, The Gullfather. He sounds like he has an amazing movie made after him. The Gathering Log, that was it. So, I think I caught the smallest versions of all of these, except for, you know, the lobster, because it's the fucking lobster, and I can't ever find the lobster. But I've never caught the biggest for any of these. I am 1 point off of all of them. Like, 29, 49, 99, 349. Like, there's gotta be, like, a 350, 100, and a 50, and a 30, right? Like, it'd be really weird if that was, like, the upper limit. And there has to be, like, a star that puts next to that one, too. But, you know, I think it's more likely that I'm just exceedingly unlucky than those are the actual limits, is just 1 point below. And then I assume the lobster is like 500 to 850 or some shit like that. I freaking love diving. I've never done it before. I haven't either, but it's something that I would really love to do in my life because I love the sea. I love the ocean, and I never get to go ever because I'm stuck in the middle of a continent, the exact slam middle of it. Anyway, that's enough diving for now. All right. So, I think we should probably just go down the line here. Cursed. Summary previous events. The residents of Kamishima are extremely against Yuzu becoming Namadiver. Yuzu believes that the hidden secret behind his deceased mother, Mare Minakuchi, is the reason for this, and that is also the key to finding the mermaid, so he begins a full-scale search. Yeah, so in this route, because we went back early and the residents gave us a hard time for going out to sea as a diver when we were the sole survivor of a freak ocean accident, they're just like, oh, no, you'll upset the sea gods if you go out to the ocean again. Stay the fuck out of there. Grr. Your mom was a witch. And they were like, the hell, man? I just live here. Right. True. If there's any time to ask about your mom, it's now. I think we should see what Old Man Wakamura and Tsuya have to say about all this, too. Yeah, assuming Gran agrees to talk about it anyway. A witch? May we burn her? I think the sea got to her first. Ooh. Oh, okay. They have really opened all of this up. I did not expect that. In this game, in these games before, usually it's just like you get to go to like 1 or 2 locations and that's kind of it. But I guess they just opened up everything. So you know what? Why not? And they've shown the people here. So I assume that both of these places are places we're gonna need to go to. So let's go to everything else first. All right, August 7th, 1980X, afternoon. Seems like there was a bit of a commotion over there. Maybe they know something about the rumors. Want me to go ask? That'd be great, thanks. Hey, what's up? Something happened? Oh, if it isn't a zombie. I don't know if you've heard, but... 15 minutes later. Oh, they're all over him. I feel very awkward just sitting over here. Welcome back. Man, once they get stirred, they never stop talking. Anyway, nothing about your mom, I'm afraid, but they did have some interesting things to say. Interesting things. Also, can I just say real quick that Azami's hairstyle is very interesting to me. Like, he's got the hard fade, like, right here. I don't know if that's usually a spot you do it. I would think that you would do the fade, like, right up in this area, but he's kept that part, too. All right. Interesting things. Do you want the normal news first or the worrying news? You know, let's do the normal news first. Hey, Tired Pop, thank you so much for the follow. All right. So we've got a bunch of tourists visiting right now, as usual. What's really got people talking is that there are 2 foreigners among them today. Foreigners, they're both Japanese, aren't they? Oh, really? I hear the Issei Grand Shrine sees a lot of foreign visitors, but it's unusual for them to come to the outlying islands like this. Okay, they mean actual foreigners and not like mainlanders. What's more, it seems they've been going around asking a bunch of questions. Get this. Apparently they said they'd come here looking for mermaids. Mermaids? Curious, right? Yeah, right when we were looking into them too. And that's not all. For some reason they were asking about your mom, Made Minakuchi, too. What? But why would foreign visitors be asking about my mom? Well, I mean, it was made clear that Made was also... She wasn't native to this island, so I can imagine that maybe she had some affairs tied up with foreigners. That's not that unusual, especially since we know nothing about her past. Seems like people think they're pretty shady. I was told not to go near them and everything. No, I definitely want to hear what they have to say. I wonder where they are now. They're probably still in Kamishima, at least. Though the question is where. Well, I guess if we see 2 Westerners around, we'll know who they are, huh? Apparently they're an older man and a young girl. Yeah, I'm sure we'll know them when we see them. I hope we manage to find them. Alright, and now for the worrying news. Let's hear the worrying news. Okay, then. I love this face. I love when they give the duck lips to all the characters in these games. There are reports that 2 Ama divers have gone missing. Apparently both cases were around Ichika town in the mainland. Oh, were they diving accidents or something? I guess so. It seems it's still under investigation, though. Sea hasn't been that rough lately. Bro has not looked outside. But I guess it is a dangerous job, so you never know what might happen. Still, 2 Ama divers going missing one after another is pretty unusual, so it does make you wonder. It wasn't that long ago that there was all that talk of human bones being found in the sea near Toba, you know? Yeah, that did happen. I remember that, yeah. Isn't that also near Ichika? Maybe this is why Chie was going on about bad omens. Yeah, it's definitely worrying news. Anyway, back to happy music. Wow, it's our summer. We're living our best life. Okay, looks like that's all the info we're going to get around here. Let's try going somewhere else. Let's go someplace else. I'm sad that I wasn't able to look around for birds, though. All right, town clock. Still the afternoon. Crazy how that works. Oh, Shotoro. Well, if it isn't Shotoro. Hey there, you two. Just the man I wanted to see. You wouldn't happen to have seen Sato around, would you? Interesting they're looking for her, of all people. Sato? No, I haven't seen her today. She was supposed to meet with me earlier, but she never showed. She didn't show. Did something happen? Oh, I'm sure it was just because of my old man's ridiculous request earlier. Honestly, I don't know what he was thinking. Still, he really has been acting off lately. Can't believe he'd say something like that. Is something wrong? Hopefully these young teens get into any zany antics with this music. No, why would they do that? A group of young teens getting up to some zany antics in the 80s? I would never imagine such a thing. Oh, pardon me. It's something for you two to worry about. By the way, Yusa, I hear you become an Ama diver. Yes, but I was told to stop, so I'm currently on extended, if not permanent leave. Ha! Oh, don't let it get to you. I, for one, think you should go for it. I imagine everyone's been using your mother as an excuse, saying she brought bad luck to the island or some such. Wow, that's exactly it. Damn, this dude chill as hell. You know why everyone keeps saying he uses mom as a bad omen, Shototo? Ah, yes. What was it again? Something about her being the Raging Waves curse bearer? A very specific terminology there, huh? That is very detailed. The what? Raging Waves? Raging Waves curse bearer. Raging Waves is, well, exactly what you think it means, and the curse bearer has the power to call forth that calamity of the sea. Oh, man was going about it earlier, but it's probably just superstitious nonsense. Don't pay it any mind. Ah, but I really should get going. Let me know if you see Sato, okay? See you later. I like that guy. He's a genuinely good dude, despite his, annoyingly handsome looks. Alright. I'm pretty curious about what Shototo said. Yeah, the Raging Waves curse bearer, huh? Did people really see my mom that way? Maybe we should ask Mr. Wakamoto what he knows. It's worth a shot, at least. Anyway, let's keep moving. Aw, yeah, nothing's wrong. Everything is all right. Let's go with the Tori. Oh, and the both of them are there. Huh? Oh, no, she got let down, didn't she? Oh. Tsukasa? Sato, what's going on?
Well, I'm sorry, I can't explain right now. Tsukasa, come on, we're drawing too much attention here.
Hey, what was that all about? Someone was definitely up with them. Yeah, they practically ran off when they saw us. Tsukasa was crying. Well, what could have happened? I'm worried too, but Sato said she can't explain right now. I'm sure that means they'll tell us what's up later. True. We shouldn't grill them if they're not ready to talk about it. Still. Get the feeling we probably shouldn't tell Shototo we saw Sato here. Yeah, let's keep this to ourselves until we learn a bit more. Alright. I kind of want to see the story chart, because I thought that this was the same day as the association meeting, so I would think that she would get let down tomorrow at that time. I don't know. Oh, I can move around here. Oh, okay. Oh, we got a compass up there on the map. All right, nice. Oh, I can move the Kamishima turtle. Oh, off it goes. Round and round and round it goes. When it'll stop. When it breaks off after I annoy it too much. Damn it, I can't break it. That's probably a good thing. Okay. We can either stop by the Minakuchi residence or the Wakamura residence. I've been told Wakamura is the good spot, so let's try Minakuchi first. Welcome back, Yuza. Oh, and Asami's here too. Thanks for having me. You two went out diving today, did you? How'd it go? You get a decent haul? Gran, about that. I was all set to enjoy the next stage of my life as an Ama diver, but have found myself on forced leave the very day of my grand debut. Goodness, did something happen? Oh my, Chia and the others said all that? If I were you, I wouldn't pay him any mind. You're not breaking any rules, are you? You're sure it's okay? No point praying over pointless details is what I always say. Grandmother Tsuyu Minakuchi. I wish I had different old people voices, but it's very hard for me to do that. Especially when we already got two different old ladies here. All right, with her and GA. Yuza Minakuchi's parental grandmother and a former Ama diver, born in the Taisho period. She has a relaxed and broad-minded nature, but her tendency not to concern herself with the fine details often makes those around her uneasy. Although now retired due to health issues, she was one of the best Ama divers on Kamishima, especially in her younger days, during which she had a fierce rival with Chie Toyama, also known as Chie the Mermaid. Later years saw them reconcile, and they could often be seen talking and laughing together at the diver's hut while grilling their catches. She lost her husband in the war when her son Tosuke Minakuchi was 3 years old. Makes sense. It was a rather turbulent time back then, at the very least. I can say that. End conversation. Okay, that's interesting. Never had that before. Working as an Ama diver. I must have underestimated just how deep tensions ran. Never imagined they'd still be that hostile towards her. I thought things would have calmed down by now for sure. I'm sorry, Yuza. It's okay, Gran. Not being allowed to dive isn't the end of the world or anything. Are you sure there isn't a reason no one wants to talk about Mom? Well, no reason I can think of. I'd like to get to the bottom of things there if possible. It's gonna affect my life here if I don't, and I'd like to clear Mom's name, too. If you don't mind me saying, it does seem pretty weird that people would be this upset just by Yuza coming back to Kamishima. You sure there's not some particular reason they don't like the thought of him going out diving? Well, no reason I can think of. You are not very convincing, are you, Graham? The exact same answer as before. She's determined to pretend she doesn't know. Gran, I know you've always been reluctant to talk about Mom. But I'm not a child anymore. Isn't it about time you told me the truth? We'll get to that one later. So, how would you dive out in the bay go? The dive went perfectly. You may know me only as your grandson Yuza, but in truth, I'm a living legend, Kamishima's patron saint of diving. Well, now, that does sound impressive. It's good to see that she's used to his shit. Oh. I was gonna leave it at that, but you're serious, aren't you? You've improved by leaps and bounds since I last saw you. Oh, she's seen my max rank. Why, if I was to put into numbers, you'd be rank 34. No! There's no way you would know that. Wow, you can tell all that just by looking at me? Your Gran's been around the Ama diving block, you know. There's nothing more I can teach you. You'll make a fine Ama diver, Yuza. I've only been out to sea once, and yet I'm a professional. Thanks, Gran. I'll do you proud as your successor. But I've been forbidden from diving for now, so it seems my life as an Ama diver will have to wait. No need to fret. I'm sure that'll sort itself out in time. I don't know about that. Your grandma's the same as ever, huh? I'm glad to see how nice she is. That makes me happy. Yuza's at least got... Well, I mean, he does have other good people in his life, but he has a good family member by his side. I'm happy about that. Whatever the case, I'm happy you've chosen to follow in my footsteps, Yuza. Good thing I thought to keep Mari's outfit, eh? Yeah, but I don't know how I feel about being able to fit in my mom's clothes at that age. Yeah, just imagine he puts on the fucking diving outfit and his body just perfectly fits into the curves there. I don't know how I feel about this. I've been slipping you estrogen since a young age, and oh god. You never did get any taller after middle school, did you? Damn, has my constant diet of fresh seafood meant nothing? It's nothing you need to worry about, Yuza. Doesn't make you any less charming. I'm sure there's a demographic for you. Alright. Do you have any diving advice for me, Gran? Advice, huh? Let me see. If you're looking to get a higher score at a single dive, you should focus on gathering everything you can, even the small fry. Getting 10 or 15 will earn you a bonus to your final score. Yep, that is true. Imagine have a big catch, switching your focus to bring in as many small catches as possible should net you a good result. I see. That'll be a great help. Okay, I assume it just tacked it onto this? Yeah, 1.5 bonus and a 1.8 times bonus. Okay, but tell me where to get the lobsters. That's what I wanted to know. Well, now, bold as brass, aren't we? But I'm glad you're keen to learn. Let me see. Sometimes you come across areas where diving that are simply brimming with sea creatures. I call them bountiful zones. Bountiful zones, huh? I'd love to see one. On the other hand, areas with lots of starfish are usually picked clean with no sea creatures to speak of. I call those places barren zones. So the more starfish there are, the less sea creatures there'll be. Got it. A whopper of a catch could still be in that barren zone, of course. Always keep an eye on your surroundings. Well, shit, that that means I can't ignore it. All right, well, if you search closely enough, maybe? All right, well, I'm glad you clarified that for me, game. What about your condition, Grandma? Sorry I had to leave early today to go diving, Gran. Is everything okay? How are you feeling? Well, I didn't have much pep in my step today, but it's fine because Sato came over this morning. He really is a saint, always helping me out with the cooking and cleaning like that. Again? Gran, I know you're fond of her, but you shouldn't rely on her too much. Hey, let her have a granddaughter she never had. I didn't know Sato was coming over to help out here. Yeah, she and Gran became friends recently, and before I knew it, she was coming over every so often. Sato's such a nice young lady. She even chats with me about all the latest TV drama developments. Yeah, that's the thing, is that once you're at that age, there isn't much else you can do but watch TV, so I'm glad that she has someone to talk to about that. She's a bit naive in some ways, but she's a quick learner. Remembers everything I tell her almost instantly. Oh, I had no idea. I said she could relax here a while, but she left early today. I'm glad you're having fun, but make sure to thank her properly sometime, alright? Of course, of course. I'm always happy to help, you know. There's no need to bound others so much. Oh, is he jealous? Is he jealous for his Grib? I know, but if someone has to help me get things done, I'd rather it was a lovely young girl, you know? Damn, okay. Progressive, aren't you? And besides, she does a much better job of cooking and cleaning than you do, Yuza. See, I do my best to be a good grandson. This is the thanks I get. Alright, about Mom. Really can't think of any reason why everyone had such a problem with Mom. Well, alright, I'll be honest with you. Mari wasn't actually human. Okay. They're really going this angle, huh? Huh? You mean we were right? Are you for real? Wait. Don't tell me you believe that. Can't you boys take a joke? Never mind. I was obviously kidding. Did all that seawater pickle your common sense? Wait, you were joking? Of course I was. I thought I'd mess around a bit and see if I could get a rise out of you, but you've sure turned the tables on me. Turning a prank around on me like that. I have nothing more to teach you, young user. The sense of humor was very clearly passed down. Oh, and here I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. It's no good. She's set on giving us the slip. We're not gonna get anything more out of her like this. Maybe she'd be more willing to talk if we had more information. Do we have that more information? You've heard me say this before, but Mari found it difficult to fit in here on the island. The environment she'd grown up was very different, you see. She struggled to adapt to life in a small community. No other reason I can think of for the beef the others had with her. Alright, well, we're going out again for a bit, Gran. Got it. You two take care, okay? I suppose we'll just have to force the answers out of the elderly later. And by the, later, I mean now, because we're going to a different elderly. Oh, old man Wakamura, mind if we ask you something real quick? It's just one thing after another today. What now? Right. What kind of voice can I give this guy? Zami and the Minakuchi boy? I think that's better. I heard from Chia you two went out into the bay to do some diving earlier. Well, I got a bone to pick with you, and there's no time like the present. Okay. Damn it, do we have to fucking sit on our knees and get chewed out? So, boy, you serious about wanting to become an armor diver? Huh? I thought at first you'd come up here to get my permission to dive. But now I hear you've been running around looking to Mari and Minakuchi. What's the meaning of this? We have been asking around, or it's not what you think? It's not what you think. No, it's not like that. I really do just want to become an armor diver. Ah, likely story. I bet you're looking to clear your ma's name, just get everyone off your back. Am I wrong? Anyway, my point is, no more sticking your nose into where it don't belong, got it? And most of all, no becoming an armor diver. Alright. You're so helpful then. So, if I give up and become an armor diver and fall in line, will you tell me about my mom? Oh, the sniffing around you're doing, you sure ain't falling in line, that's for sure. Besides, you should be asking Suyu about all his business, not me. She's got no more than I do. Oh. So Suyu really does know more than she's letting on. Well, I mean, we never doubted that. About Suyu. Grant said she doesn't know anything about my mom, though. Yeah, so she even said that to you. What do you mean? Well, I don't know that much myself. Tsuyu's always been tight-lipped about Mare Minakuchi, where she came from, where her deal was. So you've been saying Yuza's mom was to blame for that massive storm even though you don't know for sure? So you ain't saying nothing tonight. Speaks for itself, don't it?
Instantly full of shit, but doesn't have the balls to say it.
If you don't like what you're hearing, you should go ask Suyu about it yourselves. Fine, later.
About the Raging Waves Curse Bearer. Mr. Wakamura, what is the Raging Waves Curse Bearer?
What? Where'd you hear about that? Bah, it's gotta be Shotaro. Boy can never keep his mouth shut.
We heard some sort of curse that whips the waves into a frenzy. Does something like that really exist?
Fuck no, it don't. I made it up. It does. The Certain Sea disaster 5 years ago was caused by that very same curse.
Curse of the Raging Waves?
And your mother, Mare Minakuchi, was the one who brought it down on us. That storm was no natural disaster. It was entirely preventable. If we'd only stopped her from going to the bay that day, Kamishima wouldn't have had to suffer such a tragedy.
What? My mom would never have done something like that.
Just because you don't remember don't mean that she wasn't up to something out there. As to whether it was intentional or not, who can say? But don't make a difference either way.
I don't get how you can say Miss Mare was a curse bearer or whatever if you didn't know anything about her. Do you have any proof?
Proof? I got the words of a trustworthy sorcerer backing me up. That's all the proof I need.
He doesn't realize the contradiction in his own goddamn sentence. Sorcerer, you're basing all this on what some woo-woo wizard said? Give me a break. Woo-woo wizard. Oh, God, I love that man.
You can believe what you like. Don't change the fact that curses and spirits are as real as anything else. I don't have time to butt heads with you two. But I know what I'm saying is the honest truth.
Looks like there's no point trying to change his mind. Old man's as stubborn as a mule. So you really think there's a storm coming and that storm is caused by a curse?
Of course I do. Some fellows who said they were with the police dropped by to warn me about it yesterday, in fact.
The police? Why would the police be warning you about a curse?
Yeah, I reckon they were just phonies trying to take advantage of the curse for their own benefit.
Okay, so he's not like a complete sucker.
But even you two must have noticed the rumbling coming from the sea over the last few days, right? That's proof the curse of the raging waves is getting stronger.
And it's unfortunate that this is also happening at the same time that Yuza just got back from school. Because people clearly are going to have good reason to blame him again if things go sour. Which they most likely will.
So that's why you've been telling everyone to stop taking their boats out and prepare for a storm? Sure is. Naturally, I just can't come out and say it's because of a curse. There's no telling when or where it'll rear its head. It's too dangerous to go on the water in these circumstances.
Even so, we'll have to take our boats out again eventually. Can't keep off the sea forever.
We're damn tootin', which is why I gotta find a way to stop the curse as soon as possible.
Why would a curse be affecting the sea around here, though?
Seems like you two still don't believe me. Fine, let's see if this'll change your minds. Long time back, there used to be another island to the south here. Taishima it was called.
Yeah, we heard about this earlier. One that was just entirely swallowed by the sea and then disappeared forever. Taishima. This is the first I've heard of it.
They say it was devastated by an earthquake and tsunami nearly 400 years ago. And the truth of the matter is that raiders overran the island and slaughtered every last one of the people who lived there.
Okay, that many people dying would probably give rise to a curse, I'm not gonna lie.
Mermaid Islanders' resentments gave rise to the curse of the raging waves. And the resulting storm and tsunami sank the island to the bottom of the sea, raiders and all.
Is that true?
That curse is still rolling about in the seas near here to this very day.
I wonder if it's in the exact same spot that the island was, though. I'm wondering if we ended up diving there, we would discover some artifacts related to that effect.
Just one little push, and that storm could come barreling down Kamishima next. Push. Something that would awaken the islanders' anger again, such as some with ties to those raiders, say a descendant of theirs, drawn near to where Taishima was.
A descendant? Wait, you're saying that my mom was a descendant of the raiders who attacked Taishima?
Sure am, and as her son, you share her blood.
But how could that...
Only natural everyone would see is a bad omen, no? I really don't want you back on the island, you know. You should be grateful I didn't have you shipped back to the mainland on the next ferry. You're telling me that's how everyone's seen Yuza and his folks all this time? It's fine, Azami. Let's hear the rest of what he has to say.
Okay, so what, are we gonna have to get some proof about our heritage or something like that?
Alright, an island said to have previously been located to the south of Kamishima. As it has long since vanished, it is sometimes referred as Taishima, or Lost Island. No official records remain, and it remains shrouded in mystery, with knowledge of it preserved only in tales passed down between residents of the Iseshima area. Legends say the island was besieged by someone 400 years prior, and the curse of the No, it disappeared! Okay, there we go. And the curse of the Murdered Islanders caused the entire island to sink. Interesting. I know it was mentioned earlier, but I wonder where it was in one of my files here. Curse of the Raging Waves. Okay, yeah, it was probably here. Yeah. Interesting. Are you saying the reason the Curse of the Raging Waves reawakened is because I came back to Kamishima? There were signs even before you came back, so the direct cause is probably someone else. Alright, good. We'll be fine. For now, anyway. It still don't change the fact you're a bad omen, though. Are you even planning to stop the curse? That ain't none of your concern. You just sit tight at home and stay out of my way. And I don't want to hear any more about you going out to sea. Are we clear? Crystal. That's all I'm gonna say on the matter. Should be clear now just how much of a danger you are to the island. Now get yourselves home and stay put. Seems like that's all we're gonna get out of him. But maybe we could ask Tsuyu about what we just heard. She might be able to tell us more. Yeah, finally we can get her to open up. Hopefully, maybe, possibly, potentially. Maybe I should have gone to the air locations first, but, you know, Oh, is there someone else you need, Yuza? Real quick. I just want to see. Don't want to accidentally do something. There's other things to do. Guess no one's here right now. Yeah, let's try somewhere else. Just to make sure. Doesn't look like anyone's here right now. Let's try somewhere else. Yeah, let's go. If it lets me look around just a little bit. I don't think we're gonna get any more info here. Let's try somewhere else. That was a fucking suave-ass look you got in your faces, Ami. Potentially kissable. Not gonna lie. Oh, she's out here. Oh, looks like Kikuko's back. Want to try talking to her again? Yeah, let's give it a shot. Okay, so there was something. Glad I went back. What now? Guess I have my fill of shady rumors for the day, okay? If you want to talk, let's talk about something fun instead. Something fun. Got any ideas, Yuza? I can't say that we've been talking about anything fun lately. This man is fucking stunned. He has never thought of fun at any point in his life. Well, how about this? Oh. That's a lot. Okay. Underwater gathering tips. Do you have any tips that might help when diving? Hey, now, that's basically asking me to give away company secrets for free. Oh no, I didn't mean anything like that. Just the basics would be helpful. Basics, huh? How about this, then? Sometimes you fucking get caught in rocks while you're swimming, so you should always stay aware of your surroundings. Yeah, that happened to the first time. For me, happened to me for the first time just before I started streaming. I was so fucking confused about what was happening. So being too focused on your catch can get you into trouble. That makes sense. If you swim hard enough, you should be able to free yourself, so don't panic too much if it happens, okay? Thanks, I'll be careful. If I'm ever allowed to go diving again, that is. Yeah, more diving tips. That's all I got for now. If you want more tips, try asking Tsuyu. Alright. Missing Ama divers. Have you ever heard about the 2 Ama divers from the mainland who went missing? Of course I have. They evidently disappeared one right after the other. I guess it's a reminder of just how dangerous the sea can be. Hearing news like this is always pretty sobering. Do you think they were just accidents? Well, some of the yard divers think it's a sign that something bad's going to happen. But you should probably keep quiet about this, Yuza. If you start bringing it up, people will get suspicious. That's probably true, yeah. Personally, though, I think they're probably just unfortunate accidents. Are you absolutely sure about that? I hope they're both found safe and sound. Okay, boxes. About those boxes we helped you with just now. Was that the delivery everyone was expecting? Oh, did we do that? Off screen, I assume? Yep, the latest Kamishima merch, hot off the presses. I thought so. What do we have this time? You want to know? I bet a zombie's keen to find out. He's always wearing that t-shirt. To be fair, it is a really well-designed t-shirt. Like, that's a big problem that I have with a lot of merch, is that it is something that you would buy and yet never wear because it is never appropriate for the situation. Like, you'll always have, like, a huge-ass fucking graphic that, like, takes up the entirety of the shirt, but it's, like, a really shitty graphic that's just, like, in a pure square, so it has these ugly, like, hard cutoff points around it, and it's just like, okay, this is, like, pajama wear. You are not wearing this outside. Meanwhile, with something like, a zombie shirt right now that is, like, barely behind me right now. I'm sorry, I'm in the way. But it's like, you got a nice minimalistic logo that just looks nice in general, along with the place that it's from, and that's it. You don't need anything more than that. Like, I feel like the best ones that are sold are the ones that have, like, just a cool, modern, sort of logo. Usually, I like the ones that have it just, like, huge and sprawling, like, on the back of the t-shirt, and then you have, like, a smaller one on the front that's in, like, where the breast pocket would be. I feel like those are my sort of types. However, as long as you, like, actually fucking design the thing and don't just take, like, an existing, like, artwork or design and just, like, slap it on the t-shirt, like, that gets ugly pretty quick. Like, you need to have this shit on if you ever sell merch. Take notes. If you sell merch, if you are a VTuber or anything like that and you're looking to sell your own merch, make sure that it looks good and they can wear it in any situation in general and not have to only wear it at home. Anyway, rant over. Okay, there we go. Now you can actually see it. Sure am. Gotta show the world how much I love Kamishima. Huh? Tourists seem to love that shirt too. You wearing it all the time should make for great advertising. I wonder if I can buy it. I wonder if I can. I would love to. It's a nice shirt. Anyway, the latest addition to our souvenir lineup is this. Ooh, just a little, like, paddle? Kamishima. Oh, yeah, just literally says that in hiragana on the top. Okay, awesome. I wonder what the little symbol here in the center is. Like, you can tell that that's the Kamishima turtle, but I wonder what this little thing is. What is that? A hand mirror? Bingo! Specially made hand mirror with a Kamishima design on the back. It is also very cute. I would also kind of like a hand mirror at some point. Supreme merch. Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, Supreme merch, you can at least wear it in most casual settings. Well, the problem is that the logo is inherently ugly as well, because, again, it is also, like, red rectangle, and that's it. So, what do you think? Looks great. Why'd you go with another hand mirror, though? Another? Well, mirrors are a pretty prominent symbol of protection for sailors. Comes from the hope that the sea will be as smooth as glass, I guess. There are even regions where mirrors are used as offerings to the sea god. I feel like that would be a bad omen in itself if you offered up a mirror to the sea, like it falls in, it gets smashed and everything. You know, there's a whole bad luck superstition with that, but you know. Oh, that's cool. All these people living on the islands and surrounded by the sea. I can see why mirrors are seen as symbols of good fortune here. And it's small enough to fit in your pocket, too. It's both cute and practical. Wow, you really thought of everything, huh? I've actually been handing these out to alma divers around the island since yesterday. I'm an alma diver. Give it, please. I told them as a charm and that they should hang on to it for good luck. Well, so everyone has one. That's kind of nice. Another way to bring us all together. You're an alma diver now, too, right, Yuza? Why don't you take one? But I... right. I don't know if it's okay to count you as a diver, given what happened earlier. Like it really matters. We got plenty, so you should take one too. Thanks. Sorry for the trouble. Yay, he's part of the team. Cute-ass hand mirror that I'm sure that we will use in some situation or other. It's no big deal. I don't want you to feel left out or anything. I guess that means the zombie's getting one as well. Here you go. Oh, really? I'm always down for more Komishimaru merch.
This man is just gonna be a walking poster board by the end of this game as more merch gets introduced. Like, he's gonna be wearing his fucking propeller pat and giant-ass suspenders and lollipop all branded with Kameshimaru.
Sure thing. Keep it safe and sound in your pocket, and maybe it'll keep you safe too.
Cool.
Everyone else is really happy to get theirs too. Even your grandma seemed to like it, Yuza. Said she'd be sure to use it from now on.
Really? I'm glad to hear it. Okay, Kameshimaru. Oh yeah, there's something I've been wondering for a while.
Yeah?
Were you the one who came up with the idea for Kameshimaru, Kikuko?
Nope, I can't take credit for that one.
Oh, right. I forgot you didn't know, Yuza.
Yeah, I mean, he only came back recently.
Know what?
At one point, the local youth organization was trying to come up with some souvenir ideas for tourists. Tsukasa stepped up and suggested creating a mascot character for Kamishima. She even drew the design for it. Mascot characters are all the rage nowadays, you know? There are even mascots for the World Expo and the Japan Games.
Oh, I see. So Tsukasa drew this. I only heard about it after the fact, too. I didn't know she was so good at drawing. It's not just a cute little turtle. The unique look on its face makes a big impression.
Yeah, the old guys here didn't seem too sure about it at first, though. But thanks to Zami's fervent endorsement, it ended up making the cut.
I just didn't want Scott's design to go to waste, you know? She put a lot of effort into it.
I think it's a great mascot, too, for what it's worth.
Oh, interesting. I'm glad I asked.
Yeah, let me see. Oh, look at the little guy.
I wonder specifically why that's the look on its face that they went for, though. Just like half open eyelid, the same look as Moss from Pikmin 4, the homophobic dog look. Mascot character created specially for Kamishima as part of the local youth organization's efforts to boost the island's economy and strengthen the community. The design selected for the project was envisioned by Tsukasa Awao, a local high school student. As a symbol of Kamishima, it can be seen on a wide variety of merchandise sold in shops on the island, including keychains, flags, and hand towels. A surprising number of tourists have found themselves, charmed by the turtle character's peculiar sleepy expression. Enough so that its merchandise is often in short supply. Oh.
I'm glad that worked out for her. There's a bunch of Kameshimaru merch now. Keychains, notepads, you name it. If you want any, just let me know.
Cool, I don't even have to pay for it. Alright, working as an Ama diver. Did you go diving today as well, Kikuko?
Oh, you mean that whole thing about how we're supposed to stay out of the sea? No one I know is paying attention to that. I took a boat onto the bay from the northern shore, but didn't end up with much to show for it.
The North Sea, huh? Did anyone go with you?
No, I went by myself. Why do you ask?
No particular reason. Just taking notes for later.
I see. You're really serious about becoming an Ama diver, huh? Be a real shame if you couldn't become one with that enthusiasm. I'd like to help, but the timing's really not the best right now.
It's okay. Any information you can give me is help enough.
Sorry, I'll help out when things have died down, okay?
That's alright.
I need to make sure to make Yuza, like, a little bit more soft-spoken to differentiate him. Because I feel like that's, like, his natural tendency, and I feel like it makes it much more funny when he starts making jokes in a soft-spoken voice, because it adds that contrast. By the way, Yuza, how much practice did you manage to get in today?
Enough to be able to do most things comfortably, I think.
For sure. I can tell you've improved a lot just by the way you carry yourself. You must have a real talent for diving if you were able to improve that much in just one day.
Wow, it's pretty impressive you can tell all that just by looking at him.
It'd be hard to tell not to. His entire body's turned into a prune.
Oh my god, she's right.
Hey, I thought of a way I can show my support. If you manage to get a high score of 2,000 points in one diving session, that'll give you a special prize.
Chat, who's gonna tell her? Who's gonna tell her I hit 4,000 points? Whoa, isn't that great, Yuza? What was your high score today again? Let's see. I think it was 4,914 points.
Oh wow, you really did it.
I sure did. That's amazing, Yuza.
Guess you've earned yourself a prize. Here you go, a rare bird sticker I found while diving the other day. Yeah, baby! Mockingbird number 5. Ooh, Albatross Boss. Sick, love the Hawaiian shirt. Really killing it.
You lucky dog, I didn't think you'd get a new Mockingbird sticker so soon.
Dude, this is like my almost 10th one now.
Looks like a rare one, too.
Oh, really? Nice. Nice.
Once you become a proper Ama diver, I'll tell you all the good diving spots I know. Cool. We can actually have no semblance of competition. We are directly competing with her, but it's all good. We're chill like that. Foreign visitors. By the way, have you seen the 2 foreign tourists that were supposed to be visiting today? Wait a sec. Foreign tourists? Here? Today? No way! What'd they look like? Did they have blonde hair? Were they cool? I'm not sure. We don't know that much about it. I guess that means you haven't seen them either, though. Yeah, I guess they didn't come this way. Why is she blushing upon hearing that? Hey, no! You two better not be thinking of following them around to God. You don't want them to think we're all unsophisticated louts out here, do you? Weren't you just asking whether they were cool or not? I don't know what you're talking about. But if you see them, you'll come and tell me, right? Right? She have a thing for foreigners? Okay, we will. Man, I sure hope I run to those foreigners before they leave. She's not even trying to hide what she's really thinking anymore. I don't blame her. Curse of the Raging Waves. Have you ever heard of the Curse of the Raging Waves? Nope, never heard of it. What is it? Well, we went to talk to Mr. Wakamura just now. Alright, quick catch-up. Wait, so you mean the disaster 5 years ago was caused by some curse, and that same curse is going to cause the same thing to happen again? So it seems. The hell's he on about? Trying to pass things off as some occult tripe? Don't tell me you two believe that rubbish. Well, it did seem pretty believable. Oh, please, he's obviously feeding you a load of nonsense. I don't know if you two are aware, but there are rumors the old man's been really into the shady sorcerer recently. Sorcerer? Yeah, some sort of miracle worker over in Tokyo or something. Apparently he'll do anything they say. They say specifically. So, but, no, I assume they mean it in the, non-gender specified way instead of the group of people sort of way. So I doubt that the sorcerer is, the same as, Kiryu and Yumeko. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's probably why he's going on about curses and stuff. Shotaro did say he's been behaving odd recently. Even Shotaro thinks so? That's gotta be it. So it's just a hoax? Yeah, we'd like to think that. You shouldn't pay any mind to that hogwash. Besides, doesn't it bother you that he's trying to pin the disaster on some sort of crazy curse? Slightly, maybe, potentially. Alright, good conversation though, I'm glad I came here. Oh, is that all? I'll be getting back to work then. Oh, you put off work to talk to us? How nice. Anyway, back to the important stuff. Oh, is there something else you need, user? Yep. We're getting back to it. By the way, Gran, we just want to talk to Mr. Wakamura, and there's something we wanted to ask you about. What was that? My hearing's been a bit off recently, you see. Oh, bitch, you can hear it just fine. Please don't say that. A lot of Ama divers have ear problems, so it's not really a laughing matter. Someone has no sense of humor. So, did you know that everyone thought Mom was the Raging Waves curse bearer? Wow, impressed you managed to say that without stuttering. I stuttered. Shut up. So you have heard of it before. Oh, drat, me and my big mouth. You said Mom was descended from the ones who first called forth the curse, or something like that. And that's why everyone is so concerned with what I get up to. Is it true, though? Well, if you know that much, I suppose I can tell you two the truth. Jesus, finally. If I just rest up a bit, I'll be up around again in no time. I want the two of you to come to the Southern Bay later, once the sun's gone down. Right. Thanks, Ren. It's later! You can't tell us about it now? I think it'd be easier to show you what I mean. Okay, we'll be at the bay at sundown. But if you're not feeling up to it, don't push yourself, okay? No need to rush now. I'll tell you everything later. You want to prepare yourselves for this one. Okay. Alright, well, is there anything else we can do? I mean, I guess the Wakamura residence? Mr. Wakamura. No good. He's completely clammed up. I doubt we'll be able to crack that shell. Let's try somewhere else. Okay, well.
Try the jetty one more time, and then we'll see the empty locations. Just a bit more, yeah. Nope. We're still good here, so. All right, let's look around a bit. Probably the Tori. Is Sato back yet? Nope. Time clock. Ah, Chie is back. Great. Ah, Chie.
You two again. Still wandering around poking your nose into business you shouldn't be. How about you stop messing around and just give up already? Nothing you do is gonna make me change my mind. On the other hand, you both have rather handsome. I may change my mind. We got her. I'm saying this for your sake as much as anyone else's, Minakuchi boy. Try to understand my position, eh?
For my sake.
Managed to survive that disaster 5 years ago. Some would call that a miracle, even. Wouldn't do to see that miracle go to waste, would it? Maybe I flew off the handle a bit earlier. Ended up coming off a bit stronger than I meant to. Can't tell you anything about your mother, but believe me when I say it's the best you let sleeping dogs lie.
Sure. Oh, we can't even end the conversation here. It's just, all right, we're doing everything. Gathering tips.
I said it before and I'll say it again. No diving. My stance there hasn't changed a bit, you hear me?
Damn. Guess that's that. I can't ask for tips at all.
By the by, where'd you go diving today?
Well... Yuza wanted a particular spot, so we went about 5 kilometers south of the island.
Say what? What were you thinking diving the Southern Sea of all places? You got even less sense than I thought. You know full well that everyone avoids that area because of the disaster 5 years ago.
Yeah, I know. But Azami and I both lost family in the disaster too. We wanted to take the chance to pay our respects.
Well, I can't say I don't get how you feel. That strange rumbling I told you about has come from the south. Just do me a favor and stay away from the sea, alright?
Alright.
Well, give me tips, please. Ain't gonna get nothing from me there. Ah!
I want to be so good at diving, though. I'm gonna be the diver. No one else can be called a diver because I'll be the only one who could be referred to that title. Alright. Foreign visitors. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. Have the 2 foreign tourists come by here at all?
Sure did. Some just now, actually.
What? Do you know where they went?
Looked like they were headed to the lighthouse from what I could tell.
Lighthouse, huh? Gotcha.
Great.
Ooh, that's pretty. A lighthouse on the eastern side of Kamishima. The narrow passage between Cape Arako and Kamishima has long been known to be difficult to navigate, particularly at night. So much so that it has been featured alongside the whirlpools of Awa and the Ondo no Seto Strait in sailor songs about the most feared waterways. Ooh. The legend. Following its construction in the Meiji era, spurred by reports of warships striking reefs in the area, the lighthouse has continued to stand watch over the waters of the island, ensuring safe passage to all who travel them. I wish that whenever they're describing an area, provide like a year period for poor old Westerners like me that don't understand when that was.
Don't go following them around just because you don't see many foreign folks around these parts, you hear?
It's too late for that. We're gonna be following them. Missing Alma divers. Gee, we heard that 2 Alma divers from the mainland went missing in some sort of accident.
You heard right.
Do you think that's a bad omen as well?
I do. I'm well aware just how dangerous the sea can be, but 2 divers getting caught up in accidents and going missing one after another. That tells me there's someone off with the sea itself. Something's going on in the sea around these parts, mark my words.
Man, shouts to the music. Like, I was concerned, like, at the start, when they started playing, like, Paranormasight 1 tracks, I was like, oh, did we lose a little bit of budget there? Are we having to reuse a bunch of old songs because they couldn't afford to pay the, God, why are the words slipping my mind right now? The composer. They could pay the composer's time. But no, we've gotten a lot of new individual tracks, so I'm happy. Curse of the Raging Waves. Is this how Yuza's mom caused that curse? The Curse of the Raging Waves or whatever?
So you already know. Heard all from Shinobu, I'll wager.
Who? Do you believe in the curse, Mrs. Chie? Is Shinobu,
His first name? Ah, yeah, Wakamura's first name. Not Shotaro. Okay, yeah. Do you believe in the curse, Mrs. Chie?
Of course I do. At the very least, I know it's not some old wives' tale. Not saying you have to believe it too, though. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to talk bad about the woman or anything, but there was obviously something up with Mare Minakuchi 5 years back. She always seemed anxious and on edge, and then the disaster struck.
God forbid a woman have an anxiety disorder.
Maybe I'm just reading too much into it, but I can't shake these doubts of mine either. We all done here? You should leave dealing with Island Master Shinobu from now on. Keep your heads down and stay out of trouble, you hear?
Yeah. Well, that was something. She isn't a bad person at heart, but she sure is stubborn. Yeah. Okay, well that gives us somewhere new. Along with Chuo Street. Might be someone new here. Nope, never mind. Okay. The lighthouse it is. I don't hear I'm a diver. Man. And here I was, just thinking that everyone had muted the stream because I'm annoying. I'm glad it's not the case. Oh, it looks like we found them. Yeah, it looks like them, all right. Excuse me? You rang? How am I gonna voice these guys? My first instinct is to give them, like, a really bombastic voice, but the problem is that Shotaro already took it. Do my eyes deceive me? Could these young islanders have come all the way here to talk to us? Welcome to Kamishima Lighthouse. I think it's fine I just give them, like, a deeper version than what Shotaro has. There's not much here, but please make yourselves at home. Thanks for having us? What? Oh, nah, but it's similar to Izami. Why is he the one welcoming us? It's because most people here have been avoiding him. He's excited someone finally wants to talk. Oh. Anyway, we were wondering if you could spare a moment to talk. Wait, before you do, shall we play a game? I want to guess why you've come to talk to us. May I? Sure. Hold on, he's put his sleuthing cap on. It's probably safe to say, you know, we've been making rounds here asking questions. Indeed, it was most likely hearing such news that incited you to climb all the way here to meet us, which means... I've got it! We've almost certainly done something to offend the good people of this island, committed some manner of ill-mannered faux pas. You must have come to tell us that the lighthouse is off limits to everyone except authorized personnel. Actually, no. Brother was flabbergasted. Ah, the bitter taste of failure. And thus does my stint as aspiring detective end in ignominy. I'd say the whole show was kind of a social faux pas, at least. Hey, he's around Yuza. You both could be autistic together. Don't worry. He's always like this. He'll bounce back in no time. I see. He must be pretty resilient. Since you didn't guess right, do you mind if I continue? Oh-ho! Asking my permission, are we? Well then, by all means, permission granted. Thank you, yes, my name is Arnav Barnum. You can call me Avi as a sign of our newfound friendship, and also because I like it better. You know, I understand that one. I was gonna be like, huh? Shorting his name that much? Like, I assume with, like, no suffixes at all in Japanese? I feel like people would be upset. Alright. Tourist, Arnav Barnum. Okay, then. Avi. Ah, such a pleasing ring to it. And what can I do for you, young man? Would this girl be your daughter? Not quite. Miss Circe Lunarlight here is a distant relative of mine. That cannot be a real name. That cannot be a real name, please. Yes, Miss Circe Lunarlight would be me. Nice to meet you. Is it Circe or Circe? I'm not sure. I'm gonna say Circe for now. I'm Yuza Minakuchi, a resident of Kamishima, and this is... Azami Kumoi. Nice to meet you. Yuza and Azami, eh? The pleasure's mine. Wait, Minakuchi? Yeah. Now you probably put it together. So about them. Oh, so we piqued your interest, have we?
I'm a fantasy writer by trade, with a reach spanning the Atlantic, from Bonnie England to vast America.
Not that any of his books sell at all. Oh, come on. He looks like he'd be fun. He'd probably write a fun book at the very least. It doesn't have to be good. It just has to be fun.
That's right. For some reason, no one buys my novels. Quite the mystery, no? Alas, a fantasy writer has no need for mysteries. What's that? Aaron Moore is an occult writer, so that might as well be my main job now? Humbug, I say. Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax.
All right, well, thanks for sharing. I see.
In any case, I'm just your average free spirit. Footloose, fancy-free, and all that. What's that? You're wondering if my bohemian...
excuse me.
If my bohemian nature is the reason I remain unattached and unwed?
Oh, but dude, you're so fucking handsome. How could you possibly be unwed?
Humbug, I say. Stick a sock in it and mind your own beeswax.
You seem to be enjoying yourself.
I am indeed. Why not give it a try yourself? 1, 2, 3. Humbug, I say. Stick...
I'm good, actually. Thanks.
Impressive as it is, I can see doing this pose 3 times might be a bit much, yes.
Everyone in this game is so fun. Like, that's the part that I love, is that everyone has their own, like, shtick to them that isn't annoying somehow. Like, it's endearing.
This guy sure is hard to keep up with. At any rate, I recently found myself the pressing need to visit your fair country for research. Fortunately, young sirs here just happened to be studying in Japan and kindly agreed to accompany me as my guide.
Your guide.
Indeed, she's quite the enthusiast when it comes to Japanese folklore and occult phenomena, and it's such a pleasure to converse with as well.
And I noticed that she has, like, the same eyes as Yumiko, like that dull green, which, that can't be a coincidence. Like, that's just too uncommon. Iseshima's a deeply spiritual region full of secret places I've always wanted to visit. We traveled around the mainland before coming here, but this place stands... My bad for pressing the button beforehand. All right, past recollection. Arna Barnum. It will unlock once all conditions are met. That's the first. But yeah, look her eyes here. They're the same as Yumeko's. All right. In fact, I think it did a bit. All right, hold on. Yeah, I can actually read this now. We traveled around the mainland before coming here, but this place stands above and beyond. My nose almost started bleeding from the exhilaration. Bit unusual for that situation, huh? In fact, I think it did a bit.
You must really have been excited, huh? Is this really that special compared to other places?
Of course. It wasn't called the land where they repair the waves from the eternal world for nothing, you know. That's a combination of words that's just not making sense in my brain.
The land whither what?
What's this? You never heard it called that? Listen, that's a good angle. I like that. It said that Yamato Hime no Mikoto, the Empress of ancient Japan, was searching for a suitable place to enshrine Amaterasu 2,000 years ago. She received a divine revelation that the waves around Ise province came from the eternal world, which led her to establish the Ise Grand Shrine. This eternal world is a separate realm from the world in which we live. Some described it as a perpetual paradise.
Whoa, you're gonna have to slow down there a bit. So, what does that mean exactly?
We learned about it in our local history classes, remember? He didn't go to high school.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember. Sorta. Basically, he says such a sacred place, even the ancient gods took a liking to it, right?
Exactly. It has such an enchanting vibe. Just being here is enough to have my nose gushing all day long.
But the residents wouldn't be feeling too hot if her noses kept bleeding all the time. One thing's for sure, though. You seem to really like Issei Shiba. As a local, I'm super happy to hear that.
Hey, good to hear. All right, Arna Barnum. Occupation, author and occult journalist, 40 years old. Nickname, Avi. A fantasy author and occult journalist whose books are published in both America and England, but they apparently don't sell well. Unmarried, he's apparently come to Japan in search of mermaids. Okay, we didn't get to that part yet. A young girl from England, currently on exchange in Japan, 15 years old. Wow, young. She seemed to harbor an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories.
What else? Will you be staying in Kamishima tonight? If you need somewhere to stay, I know a few places.
We've actually already booked a guest house back in the mainland. We'll be taking the last ferry back after this.
Oh, I guess you don't have much time left then, huh?
Alright, reason for visiting. So, what brings you to Kamishima today?
I'm glad you asked, young user. We were hoping to pick your brains on the topic as well. There wouldn't happen to be any legends concerning mermaids passed down this island, would there?
He knows.
So you really are looking for mermaids.
Oh, indeed we are. You know what mermaids are, yes? I refer, of course, to the mythical half-human, half-fish creature.
Sure, we know that much at least.
Then I may be able to provide a modicum of additional information on the subject.
Additional information.
Oh, here, look at this JPEG visualizing behind me for an example.
Well, you may be aware that the typical Western mermaid is envisioned as having the lower half of a fish and the top half of a human woman. It is thought that this interpretation has its origins in another sea monster, the sirens of Greek mythology. Our claim to fame is surfacing near reefs and bewitching sailors with their beautiful voices. Andersen's fairy tale, The Little Mermaid, is a famous example of this type of mermaid. Indeed, it caused this image to enter common knowledge.
Right. Before Disney completely attached it, it was in fact a public domain story at one point.
Yeah, that's what comes to mind when I think of mermaids too. The typical mermaid, right?
But the mermaid that appears in ancient Japanese folklore is quite different.
Yeah, that creature thing.
This mermaid is only the head of a human, with the rest of its body being a fish. Appears it was seen as more of an evil spirit or yokai in nature. The legend that eating its flesh will grant immortality also implies that it was seen as more fish than human.
Sure, that makes sense. People would definitely think twice about eating something that looked human, huh?
This isn't to say there's a difference in Eastern and Western interpretations of mermaids, mind you.
Well, I mean, you could also just argue that they're like two different species of mermaid, so to say. Good sippy. Just fishing up there. Bill, what are you doing? Why are you fishing in his ear, man? Come on, that's not cool. Alright,
One could rather assume that there are several different types of creature that can be encompassed by the term mermaid.
yeah, what I was thinking.
After all, there are also reports of more humanoid or demi-human mermaids being sighted in Japan in later years.
Ah, the Shin Megami Tensei mermaids.
Different types of mermaids, huh?
Personally, I think lumping the two under the same appellation is a mistake. After all, they're two different creatures that just happen to share the same trait of being half fish, half human.
Excuse me.
It leads to misunderstandings when conflicting stories get passed down, then the whole concept gets treated as a cult malarkey.
I think I see what you mean. Listening to you talk about them, it sounds like you believe mermaids really exist, Javi.
But of course I do. After all, I didn't come to research mermaids. I came to look for mermaids. Bum bum bum.
He's already shot up to A tier so far for me.
This is all very compelling.
Isn't it? I think this is the first time someone's agreed with me on the matter.
He was totally being sarcastic. Alright, mermaids.
That brings me to my next question. You wouldn't happen to have any local info on mermaids, would you?
Unfortunately, I never heard of any folklore about mermaids here.
I see. That would align with the answers we received to our other inquiries this far. And it would seem our investigation is branded as certified weirdos. Most everyone now turns us a blind eye as well as a deaf ear.
Well, it's probably not just because of that.
I mean, isn't there supposed to be a huge occult craze going on in Japan right now?
Mainland Japan, yeah.
I assumed everyone would be jumping at the chance to discuss cryptids.
Pretty sure it's just a small group of enthusiasts getting worked up. A very vocal minority, yeah?
The occult craze. Although this was also like a few years ago when that occult craze like really started, so it might be dying down at this point.
Spiritual phenomena.
The supernatural, aliens, cryptids, lost civilizations, extrasensory perception. The list goes on. Such unexplainable phenomena are quick to take on a life of their own. A plesiosaur named Lessie living in Loch Ness. Sightings of mythical creatures like the Tsuchinoko or Hibagon. The urban legends of the Kuchisake Onna and Hanako-san. Television reports of spoon-bending psychics. Documentaries featuring spirit photography and UFOs that become the talk of the school the next day. These are only a few examples of stories that have captivated the public's interest. Magazines specializing in paranormal phenomena continue to thrive with no end to the craze in sight. Let it be known that it was directly addressing high schoolers in that talk, so that's probably where it was more popular than anything else.
If you're that interested in the occult, what brought you all the way to Kamishima? Do you have a reason to believe mermaids could be found here?
An excellent question, I do indeed. More precisely, I had reason to believe they could be found around Taishima, an island that no longer exists.
Taishima?
Indeed, I obtained this information through personal research, so I imagine it's not common knowledge. But some say there were 3 mermaids, Sabai, Nagame, and Hayase, living in the seas around Taishima 400 or so years ago.
3 of them, and even though they're names?
We didn't even know Taishima existed until today. It seems a deliberate decision was made not to leave any records of Taishima's existence, which should obviously lead to one to believe something is being concealed.
I would think that would also be hidden just like as a, oh, this is so fucking strange, we probably shouldn't mention it, otherwise we may also be cursed. Because that was like generally the feelings at the time from what I could gather.
On that note, did you know that records are made of several other sightings of mermaids in Ise Bay? What? Really?
That's right. Legends about mermaids exist throughout Japan, and this region is no exception. In particular, there are reports of mermaids having been discovered in Sioux City and Ise City, both of which border Ise Bay. Hold on, was this recent? We don't know.
Whoa, I had no idea.
I've jotted down some notes on these legends, so please take a look if you're interested. Oh, you just carry around copies with you? Awesome. Ise Bay Mermaid Legend. According to the Kokon Chonmoju, a collection of notable tales old and new, an anthology of spoken stories compiled in the 13th century, 3 mermaids were discovered caught in a fisherman's net in Betsuho in Ise Province, modern-day Nakabeppo, Kawage Town, Sioux City. Like 3 mermaids in the same net. Awesome. There are a total of 6 mermaid sightings mentioned in the Kagenki, the ancient annals of Horyuji Temple, covering the latter half of the Kamakura period to the Nanbokucho period. One of these entries describes a mermaid sight in Futami, Ise Province, modern-day Futami Town in Ise City, in the 2nd year of the Enbun era, 1357. The mermaid was subsequently named Enmeiju, a name composed of the characters affiliated with long life. Okay, so they didn't have names, they were just named in posthumously. I say posthumously as if they died, but no, they probably just were tossed back out into the sea or some shit. Ano Town's Yaobikuni. Although the exact time period is unclear, legends tell of a girl named Osato from Kusawa in the Ano Town of Age district, who became immortal after eating the flesh of a mermaid and went on to become Yaobikuni, a nun who lived for 800 years. The 3 mermaids of Taishima. While this information is not recorded in any literature, according to Abi's research, 3 mermaids, Sabai, Nagame, and Hayase, permanently lived on Taishima, an island said to have sunk about 400 years ago. Okay, so different mermaids. This is a different story here, with the ones that were caught in there. Gotcha. So apparently they actually did it. Okay. I see now. I'm understanding the picture. Thanks. It's all very interesting. So, which type of mermaid are you looking for, Abi?
Well, it seems a lot of the mermaid sightings around Ise Bay were fish mermaids.
Fish mermaids.
But the mermaid sightings around Taishima were apparently the human mermaid sort. So it stands to reason that any mermaids around here would be human mermaids as well.
By human mermaids, you mean the sort that are closer to humans than fish, right?
Indeed. The ones closer to fish, meanwhile, are known as fish mermaids. Or that's what I call them anyway.
Can we not come up with some more pleasant terms for these? Or ones that roll off the tongue easier? I see.
I don't know where that makes it easier to understand or more complicated.
In that case, mermaids whose flesh would make you immortal if you eat it would have to be fish mermaids then, right?
Another fine question. It is indeed difficult to imagine people eating the flesh of human mermaids. But I personally believe that human mermaids also have the power to bestow immortality on people.
It's not a far-fetched idea, but I also don't like to think about that idea. Oh, I wonder.
How about another refresher on myth and legend? Are either of you familiar with a place called Ryugu?
Ryugu?
Is it related to the Ryugu Palace that appears in the tale of Urashima Taro? Just so! It could be considered the inspiration for the undersea palace in that familiar fairy tale.
Okay, I'm not the most familiar with that fairy tale. Like, I know it exists. I know it was something about... Was it the one about, the peach floating down the river and the child being found inside it? I think that might be a different one. I don't know.
Whoa, I was right.
Okay, let's see. There we go. It'll tell me about it. Yoshitoshi Tsukioka, Urashima Taro returning home from the Palace of the Dragon King. Excerpt. Long, long ago, a youth by the name of Urashima Taro lived in a village by the sea. One day, upon rescuing a sea turtle that was being bullied on the beach, Taro was amazed when the turtle thanked him by inviting him to the Ryugu Palace, the legendary undersea palace of the Dragon King, as a token of gratitude for his kindness. Ryugu Palace was a wondrous place with a beauty unlike anything found in the surface world. The princess of Ryugu Palace, Otohime, received him with great hospitality. Taro spent his days treated to elegant dances performed by sea breams and flounders, and satisfied by extravagant feasts, spending his days as if in a dream.
After spending some time enjoying this luxurious lifestyle, Taro began to miss his village. He asked Otohime for permission to return home, and although sad to see him go, the princess granted his request. As a parting gift, she handed him a mysterious box, a tamate bako, but warned him never to open it. Thinking it strange, but agreeing to Otohime's request nonetheless, Taro accepted the tamate bako and set out back toward the village on Turtleback. Upon reaching his village, Taro realized everything was different. The house he lived in was gone. There was no sign of his parents or anyone he had known. What he had believed to be just a short sojourn in Ryugu Palace had in fact been several hundred years on the surface, and the village and people he had once known were no more. Overcome with despair, Taro turned to the tamate bako he had been gifted in the final grasp of hope. As he opened the box, a thick white smoke engulfed him, and in that instance, the 100 of years that had passed caught up with him, turning him into an old man. Oh, wow. Here, buddy, have your time dilation stored in a box. Nothing can go wrong with that. Let's give it to you to hold on to and not keep onto it ourselves.
The Ryu, dragon, surely refers to the god of the sea. It's not uncommon for deities associated with water to be serpentine in nature. This would then make Ryugu the palace where the god of the sea resides, the palace of the Dragon King.
Huh. I had no idea Ryugu Palace was based on something else.
Ryugu is known for being home to the priestesses who attend the god of the sea. These women are collectively referred to as Otohime.
This is one of the theories of what Rapgos is before the second Scarlet and Violet DLC. I mean, I guess I can sort of see the resemblance you can have there with the Palace of the Dragon King and the cavern that Terapagos is in. Huh. Or like the turtle. Ah, okay. Yeah, the design itself. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Oh yeah, Princess Otohime appeared in Tale of Urashima Taro, didn't she?
Yeah, but she was described as the ruler of Ryugu Palace in the fairy tale. So she was actually a priestess?
A slight embellishment to make for a more interesting story, I assume. Hardly uncommon. There's also another interesting theory about the Otohime of Ryugu.
I want to, like, briefly look through this to make sure I'm putting it together real quick, because they're throwing a lot of terms together. Okay. Place called Ryugu. Ryugu Palace. Ryugu is the palace where the god of the sea resides. Yep. And the priestesses are Otohime. Okay. Yeah, I see.
It's said that there were half fish, half human women in appearance. In other words, they were mermaids.
Oh.
What's this I hear you say? That's all well and good, but where is this Ryugu Palace anyway? You want to know? You're dying to know, aren't you? Very well then, take it away, sis.
Jazz hands.
Ah, right. As a matter of fact, Ryugu is said to be the exact same place as the Eternal World I mentioned earlier.
Ah, there's the overlap.
Whoa, really?
In other words, the sea around Ise, which is said to consist of waves from the Eternal World, is in fact the location of Ryugu. And Ryugu is the home to the Otohime mermaids, right? That's right. What's more, as priestesses who live in a land said to be an eternal paradise, it wouldn't be that odd if they had some sort of power to grant immortality to humans.
But it would be immortality in the same way that Urashima Taro had, right? Not the whole eating flesh way. It would be in the, here, let's put a spell on you so that you are immortal, you know?
Even in the tale of Urashima Taro, Princess Otohime displayed an ability to influence the physical age of other people using the Tamate Bako.
Ah.
If the story has its basis in the ability of mermaids to influence human lifespans, that power of hers makes a lot more sense, don't you think?
I see. So that's why you think human mermaids are able to grant immortality even without eating their flesh.
Oh, you see? Intriguing, is it not?
But how'd you even get to Ryugu?
Aha! What creature was responsible for bringing Urashima Taro to Ryugu in the eponymous tale? That's right, a turtle or kame. And what is the name of the island we're currently standing upon?
Oh, Kamishima.
And there you have the reason for our visit. So, you believe there might be some clue as to how to get to Ryugu hidden on Kamishima?
Could Kamishima really have some sort of link to Ryugu? Ooh, this is fun. I like how it's coming together. I love when you have stories like this that are like grasping multiple different unrelated tales together and in folklore and making them fit together in some way. Like things like the Da Vinci Code or, well, this game, so to say, that are like, hey, we have all these different pieces.
Let's line them up together and see what happens through that mystery. I think that's very fun.
By the way, Yuza,
Yes?
you said your name was Yuza Minakuchi, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Mare Minakuchi?
Huh? This shouldn't be a surprise to you. Mari Minakuchi was my mom. She passed away in an accident 5 years ago.
Ah, I apologize for the indiscretion. My condolences. 5 years ago. You wouldn't happen to have inherited anything from your mother, would you?
The scale? No, but what do you mean? Why do you know about my mom? Could she have had some sort of connection to mermaids?
Ah, well, this is more related to my personal research, so I can't say for sure.
Please tell me. I'm also looking for mermaids. If you know anything, I have to know.
Well, now you've certainly grown lively all of a sudden. Let's calm down a bit, Regrettably, the only lead I have is a rumor that can suggest some connection between mermaids and Mare Minakuchi.
A rumor? From where?
Oh, you want to know? Well, I suppose you would, wouldn't you? Very well, I'll tell you.
They've been very, very cooperative, all things considered. Like, they haven't asked for anything in return or anything like that. They're just, like, happy to have someone that'll listen to their bullshit. So the island is on a turtle. Got it. Or the island is the turtle. You remember that turtle from Majora's Mask? It's like that.
I heard it from a descendant of the islanders who used to call Taishima home.
Yeah, descendant of the raiders then.
What?
So someone survived the disaster that sunk Taishima and their descendants are still around today?
Long story short, yes. Isn't it fascinating? This particular individual was also the one who told me about the 3 mermaids who were said to have lived on Taishima.
I see. But then again, it would have to be passed down through, like, at least 5 or 6 generations. So I feel like an oral tradition like that may not be the most reliable, but, you know, we'll see.
By the by, if you're also seeking mermaids, you must have some information of your own, yes? Surely this one-sided exchange of knowledge wounds your good conscience. Allow me to remedy that by accepting any information you have.
Okay, there it is.
Yuza.
Yeah, that's our best lead yet. Let's share what information we can. You see...
Oh, so you were saved by a mermaid during the disaster 5 years ago. And you believe the mermaid in question might have been your mother.
Yeah, I know it sounds pretty far-fetched. And I know some of it probably comes from me wanting her to still be alive.
Oh no, on the contrary, I find it interesting. Very interesting indeed. Why, you ask?
Why? Because it proves that, like, mermaids and humans can have children together? Is that it?
There's a rumor about one of the 3 mermaids who used to live around Taishima. They say she took on human form several decades ago and has lived among humans ever since.
You sure?
But no way.
That would perfectly fit with our theory.
Haha, color me surprised as well. This is my surprised face, by the way.
Well, allow me to see it then.
But it would be very interesting if that was the case.
Sorry, Javi. I think I'm at my limit.
Oh my, that bad, is it?
Some sort of illness? Or is she maintaining, like, spirit of some sort?
Something wrong? My apologies. As much as I wish we could talk more, it would appear we're out of time. I'm afraid we must bid you goodbye for today.
Oh, right, they're ferry. That too. Now you mention it, if you're looking to make the last ferry, you'll probably want to be heading back soon. Wait, this is the most promising lead we've found. If you could stay just a bit longer.
Believe me, I'd love to continue our chat too. But the little lady's been feeling a bit under the weather ever since arriving here, you see.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Not gonna get another nosebleed? You feeling that bad, maybe you should stay for the night after all. Thank you. I'm just about holding the nosebleed in. But I really should get off the island as soon as possible. The bad juju getting to you? Ever since arriving here, I've had this feeling that some terrible calamity is approaching.
A calamity? You can't mean... Oh, I forgot to mention, young Circe here is a bit sensitive to things in that sphere, if you catch my drift.
Okay, a lot of spirit sense. Oh, okay, but...
As reluctant as I am to part ways, we really must go. Many thanks for the information you shared. And never fear, we'll be back tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yuza.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Calamity Ganon. This isn't the curse of the raging waves. It's just Ganon resurrecting himself for the 5 billionth time. Avi?
You rang?
If you happen to find any more leads on mermaids today, could you let me know as soon as possible, please?
Oh, I didn't expect you to be all that interested. Very well. For everything else, I'll be sure to let you know. Could you give me your contact information, please?
Thank you. One phone number exchanged.
Yeah, that sure was a stroke of good luck. I never thought they'd have so much info for us. We managed to learn a lot, but it seems like getting any more from them today will be tough.
I really need that information by tomorrow, though. Yeah, the whole weird thing about having to need that information by tomorrow is getting to me, too. Because I can't see a single reason why he would be under that much of a time crunch. I love all the little Kamishima merch. It's so cute.
I guess let's look everywhere else for now.
Yeah, he's still clammed up. Needs the waves to rehydrate from the shriveled corpse under the castle. Dude must be thirsty from being underwater there for how many years? Is that what the mermaid's corpse is? It's just Calamity Ganon yet again? God damn it. You can't keep getting away with it. Alright, still nothing here. I assume she still doesn't want to talk. Well, I mean, about the thing until sunset. I want to go back to the lighthouse to see if I can look around.
Guess no one's here anymore.
Yeah. Well, shit. I have a feeling one of those last two locations might be it, so let's see here real quick. Still the afternoon. Yeah, still nothing there. Still nothing. Okay, last location it is.
Looks like the sun's starting to set. Why don't we go over what we learned so far?
Yeah, good idea. And we'll go over what we learned so far after a quick break. Haha, fucking got your ass. All right. Quick bathroom break, quick ad break. And we'll be back. So get up, stretch your legs, get some water. We'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right. There we go. Yeah, good idea. Oh, hold on. First, we learned that my mom was considered cursed by some of the islanders. Yeah. Recap, that was it.
Yeah, they said she was descended from the person who originally called forth the curse of the raging waves, or something like that. Some dumb bullshit.
And because he thinks the curse is about to break out again, Mr. Wakamura is currently trying to find a way to stop it.
Not everyone on the island believes in it, though.
Hikuko and Shotaro didn't seem to believe in it at all, yeah.
We also managed to speak with those two foreigners who were looking for mermaids. It's sure were full of surprises. And there's also that rumor about mermaids living near Taishima, a nearby island that was destroyed and that one of them assumed human form.
Never thought we'd find someone to support the idea that my mom might have been a mermaid. Whatever else you might have learned from this, the mermaid that I encountered 5 years ago may very well have been one of those three living near Taishima.
We also got some hints about where those mermaids might have come from.
Yeah, there's a good chance they originally came from an underworldly place called Ryugu.
If they're in a place like that, I don't see how we could ever get to them, though.
Yeah, especially if it's another realm entirely and not just, you know, bottom of the seafloor. Two very different things. What that girl said about a calamity approaching is bothering me a bit, too. There's no way she should know about the curse of the raging waves, right?
Do you think that means the...
Excuse me. That's a problem with talking for so long. Builds up, air in uncomfortable places.
Do you think that means the curse is real after all?
Oh! Azami, I just realized something.
Yeah?
If the curse of the raging waves is in danger of breaking out again, then wouldn't it mean its curse bearer is still around today?
Oh, damn, you're right. But your mom is, well, not with us anymore.
Could it potentially have just been a curse stone? But, like, different curse than the one that was causing all those bones at the bottom of the sea, but another curse stone for that one?
potentially, maybe? I'm making up bullshit.
Mr. Wakamoto seems to think that I wasn't the direct cause of the curse reappearing, too.
Yeah, he'd probably be coming down on you even harder if he thought you were.
So the person responsible would be someone who wasn't here 5 years ago, but is here now. Well, assuming the curse is real, anyway. And that your mom was the one who wielded the curse, yeah.
Yeah.
Still, I really do wonder if my mom had some sort of link with mermaids. I hope whatever Gran has to tell us sheds some light on things.
You mean what she's planning to tell us at the bay tonight, yeah?
What's wrong? There's a bunch of noise coming from Chuo Street.
I think I heard screaming.
Okay, let's go. The incident? Is it occurring? Why? Why? Oh god, is someone dead? Someone might be very dead.
What happened? What's wrong? Tsukasa, what's going on?
I don't... We were just... But then Sato just...
Yusa, look over there.
What? Oh! Oh, fuck! Oh, God! Oh, no, was it that one curse stone that slices them? Okay.
Sato, there's blood everywhere. What happened?
She's not moving. Don't tell me she's dead. Sato just... Suddenly, we were just... But then she got cut down.
Whatever it was, we gotta get her to the clinic. Wait, what's happening?
Well...
Oh,
Sato, her wound is it closing? What the fuck? The wound is gone? Sato! Oh, ma'am, button up a little bit, please. Sato, you okay? Sato? Oh, what? Why are you showing my... Uh-oh. I don't think the game likes that I'm here. Osato. Named Osato. What file is that? Ah, fuck. This is the bad path. This is the bad path. This is the wrong path. Okay, hold on. What file was that hovering over? Did anyone see this file that was selected in there? My face was a little bit occupied at the time. Traditions, I would assume that would be somewhere in here. Osato. Is it in one of the names of the mermaids? Sabai, Nagame, and Hayase. No, very different. Phoenix down, go. Okay, yeah. Yabikuni. Although the exact time period is unclear, legend tell of a girl named Osato from Kusawa in the Ano Town of Age district who became immortal after eating the flesh of a mermaid and went on to become Yabikuni, and who lived for 800 years. Well, so what is the game trying to tell me by that? That Osato is Sato? Is it pulling that weird shit like from the first game that with like Ashino and Shino? Is trying to pull that same trick again? Because I don't see those two being the same people, like in the slightest. Oh, weird. Okay. And I assume that this happened because we didn't run into the two of them earlier. This is August 7th in the afternoon. This is August 7th in the morning. Hold on, I want to see. Okay, one of them was from Chie leaving. And then the second was the zombie conversation. Okay, so those are two different things. So one thing happened in this route that would cause Tsukasa and Sato to go walking off together. Hold on. I need to look at the story chart again. Okay, the two of them talking together was yesterday. And yeah, so it makes sense. Tsukasa, on the 7th, confesses to Shotaro. And that's why she was upset in this part of the route in the morning. Okay. The promised day arrives. After their usual morning dive, the group of four meet at the dock. But this isn't the day after tomorrow, though, is it? Yeah, because this is also August 7th afternoon. You would think that this would be on, like, August 8th. But that doesn't seem to be the case? I'm curious. All right, well. All right, and Arnav's branch is still locked off because we haven't gotten the information for that. So, all right, this time we're going down the other route where we talk about, where we actually see the ghost at the bottom of the hole, and then we spend the rest of our day talking to Azami, and then Azami has an association meeting to go to, so he does that, and nothing else happens, so. All right, when is this? August 8th, 1988. Okay, so yeah, we are skipping a day. All right. Hey, Azami, Yuza, over here. Good timing. I just got back, too.
Well, Tsukasa, how'd it go?
Not too shabby if I do say so myself. Check this out. 2 whole scallops.
Seriously, Tsukasa? You don't get bragging rights for picking up 2 measly scallops.
So, what would change in this route? Like, August 7th is just completely gone in this route. How our time travel go? Yeah. Sure I do. That was hard work. You should be praising me.
Say, Yuza, how many scallops did you get in your first dive again?
81, I think. No way! Are you kidding me? Guess there's a good reason to call you the patron saint of diving. Our own self-assured title is actually caught on? Hell yeah! Oh, dang it. Now my cover's blown. That'll teach me to snag every scallop I see. Anyway, Tsukasa, don't let this get you down. You'll improve over time. Man, I've been diving way longer than you, but you're better than me already. Some people are just born to be Alma divers. If you ask me, all that matters is that everyone made it back safe and sound. I don't think you did. I don't think you did, Sato. You want to check your chest again?
True. You always know the best thing to say, Sato.
But for the record, I would have preferred a bigger haul of scallops. Then we could have had a feast.
Guess I should have seen that coming.
So, what's the plan for today? Remember, Tsukasa, it's up to you.
Right. We promised to do whatever you want today. You name it, we'll make it happen.
Now that's more like it. Let's see. First of all, I want us all to go for a swim in the sea.
Oh, sounds great. Can't even remember the last time we did something like that just for fun.
Right? I want us to forget work and just enjoy the sparkling sea for a change. I haven't bought a new swimsuit for this. You got one picked out too, right, Sato? Sure do. Then after that, when it gets dark, let's set off some fireworks. Ooh, fireworks. And then, let's have a barbecue on the beach and cook up everything we caught today.
Sounds like a plan. Just leave it to us. Everyone ready? Let's do this.
Yay! Beach day! Filler arc! Woo! Beach episode.
There's a shark! It's coming this way! Better watch out, Azami!
That was a close one, Azami.
What the heck? I'm a good swimmer, but there's no way I'm good enough to outswim a shark.
It's okay. I'll keep it pinned down. Just get out of here while you can. And here, take this fin as something to remember me by. Keep it with you, always.
Sorry, Yuza. I don't really dig shark fins that much.
Not even the soup? My heart. Look at the sea. It's like there are diamonds floating on the surface.
It really sparkles, huh? Sure is pretty.
Yeah, and she's just perfectly fine. All right. That shark's pretty cool. I should have picked a shark instead of a life buoy. He's having such a blast, I can't bring myself to ask for a ride on it. Aww. And nothing of consequence happened on this day. Nothing at all.
One grilled squid coming right up.
Ah, don't throw it, it's piping hot. You're gonna get squid juice everywhere. Slurp it up, Yuza. Assert your dominance. Let's see how you like it. Catch the- Ow, ow, oh, that's hot! You did that to yourself.
Hey, check out this huge sea snail Tsukasa caught. It's massive.
That's right. I may still be a rookie when it comes to scalps, but I got a haul of sea snails to make up for it. So eat up, Azami. Have as many as you want. Hey, can I borrow the lighter?
Sure. Want some squid too?
Oh, so I can just grill it directly?
Yeah, that's Kamashima's specialty. Fireworks style squid.
Wait, you're actually doing it? Dog, the juice is going everywhere. It burns.
Oops, sorry, my hand slipped. Aw, they have good chemistry together.
There it is, the famous Yuza one-man show.
I'm already so attached to them. I know that it's all gonna go to hell. Yeah, that was it. That entire chapter, just right there. They just have a good time. Huh. I'm wondering if these are actually the same route then, potentially? Considering that you would think that seeing, you know, a ghost spirit of himself at the bottom of the sea would have pretty decent ramifications on the story, but I guess it just doesn't? Interesting. Okay. We've been with the boys for a bit, so I kind of want to go over to Yumeko's side for a bit. So let's do that. A mermaid corpse has been discovered on the beach near Ijika Town. While Yumeko and her partner are investigating its whereabouts, they run into an important local figure. Is this also on the 8th? That's date unknown. However, it's lined up with the... Well, I mean, this is the 7th. This is also the 8th. So that doesn't necessarily correlate to time. Also, we should look at our new birds. How can I forget? We gotta look at our new birds that we got. Look at these cool fucking birds, chat.
The Gullfather, the second in command of the Ocean Outlaws hooligan gang, this sharp feathered bird is instantly recognizable by the chic black band on his tail feathers. Beneath his sunglasses, his sharp red-rimmed eyes are constantly focused on the top spot in the gang. And these ambitions have led him to scheme with others and attempt to exploit any cracks they can find in Albatross Boss's overwhelming charisma.
I just like to imagine that this gull's life is just the entirety of the Sakamoto anime. Like, haven't you heard I'm Sakamoto? Like, everything they tried to do, no matter what, he always finds some way to outriz them. You say, I think your foot is on fire, buddy. He'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Albatross Boss. No, we already looked at him, didn't we? No, we looked at Golden Roses. What? Yeah. Albatross Boss, I think, actually is new, so.
The leader of the Ocean Outlaws, a gang of hooligans who soar around the skies of a seaside town. His imposing size and taciturn demeanor have won the admiration of many birds, leading to his influence growing by the day. However, the truth is, he's really not thinking of much at all. His silence just happens to be interpreted in a flattering light by those around him. I mean, if you look cool, silence is always going to help you. All right. Awesome birds. Bird up. A mermaid corpse has been discovered on the beach near Ijika Town. While Yumeko and her partner investigating its whereabouts, they run to an important local figure. Yeah, new guy. Still date unknown in the afternoon. Yamashina Estate.
Mr. Yamashina, thank you for agreeing to meet with us on such short notice. I understand you're a busy man.
I don't get much choice when some bigwig from the prefectural police badgering me to do so. So, you're Shiki from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Security Division, was it? Ha! Here I thought you were some housemaid. You sure you're from the police in that getup?
Well, I am primarily a housewife by trade, but that's hardly important right now. You're also known as Unkakudono, I believe. Unkakudono. I believe. After hearing so many rumors, it's an honor to make your acquaintance.
Rumors, eh?
Unkakudono, Yoshiatsu Yamashina. Profiles updated. How are you relevant? Male tycoon, 70 years old. A wealthy tycoon who owns multiple companies and swaths of land, particularly in the Sioux and Ise areas. Born in the Taisho period, unmarried. His family first came into business in the Edo period, traveling from town to town selling talismans, miscanthus reed hoops, and other items to ward off evil spirits. During the Meiji period, this business expanded into a trading company, and the Yamashina family became prominent contributors to the development of the region. Born to the heir of the Yamashina family business and the daughter of a noble family, Yoshiatsu grew up in an affluent environment. Hold on. What do you mean, daughter of a noble family, huh? Oh no, it means that his mother was the daughter of a noble family. Okay. Yoshiatsu grew up in an affluent environment where he received a thorough education tailored to gifted children. Following the end of the war, Yoshiatsu inherited the company assets in his 30s, but was quick to sell off all the shares he owned, using the proceeds to buy and sell real estate and stocks, a practice that made him extremely wealthy. After amassing his fortune, he showed a keen interest in investing in ambitious young people, actively mentoring those he took particular liking to. This approach led to the emergence of many successful businessmen, which include Shinobu Wakamoto of Kamishima.
Those who have received Yamashina's support view him with both gratitude and a sense of awe bordering on reverence, referring to him as Unka Kudono, a title that evokes a figure elevated above the clouds. Yamashina has always shown a strong attachment to wealth, even going so far as to partake in illicit activities such as illegal donations, tax evasion, insider trading, and media control, all in an effort to garner ever more status and money. Yeah, that's not a problem, that's just good business. In the shadow of the many success stories enabled by his support, many more of his beneficiaries have fallen to bankruptcy or been arrested, fueling endless unsavory rumors about him to this day. Yamashina himself, however, seems to be unconcerned by these rumors, considering anything that does not directly harm him to be beneath his notice. Even as a lifelong bachelor, he has surrounded himself with many followers, both publicly and privately, has never lacked for anything to satisfy his personal needs. A few years ago, he began to seriously consider the issue of a successor, driven by his determination that his beloved fortunes should never fall into the hands of someone untrustworthy. Perhaps for this reason, he began to develop a keen fascination with immortality around the same time, and is said to be secretly investing vast amounts of money into research on the topic. Yes, I hear you've been doing some, under-the-table research into immortality. Yeah, good transition there.
And so what if I am?
Well now, I wouldn't have expected you to be such a dreamer, but it does make you just a bit more relatable.
You can laugh all you want. What's it got to do with the police, anyway?
It seems, on this particular occasion, it has quite a bit to do with the police, unfortunately.
You don't say.
God. I'm getting some serious fucking Sosajima vibes from this guy. I mean, partially because, you know, oh, you fucking scared me for a second, Soto. Partially due to, you know, his outfit, his house, and everything, but also, like, his general lifestyle and everything as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if they hold, like, similar secrets, so to say. So for any of my, the Somnium fans out there, all 5 of you, y'all know what I'm talking about. These splendid gardens all fall within the grounds of Mr. Yamashina's Ise City estate. Part of me wonders why he needs so much space when he doesn't have a family. But I suppose he has an image to maintain.
This could be turned into so much affordable housing.
People like Yamashina have a tendency to underestimate me whenever I meet with them alone. Having someone intimidating like Soto with me gets them to take me more seriously. I'm glad he's with me here today.
Oh, whoops. I thought there wouldn't be a check there yet.
I'm amazed we were able to get an appointment with him this quickly. Yes, and all thanks to Detective Ide. It would seem he's quite the capable fellow.
Alright, Yoshiatsu Yamashina.
This is Yoshiatsu Yamashina. He's a tycoon with multiple properties and companies to his name, mostly based here in Ise-shima. He's long been rumored of being involved in various shady dealings. Special Investigations has had an eye on him for a while now, but they haven't managed to find any concrete evidence so far. It seems he has a knack for pinning the blame on his subordinates before finding a way to slip away. Needless to say, he and the police are quite familiar with each other by this point.
Yeah, rich people tend to do that.
Though I don't doubt he has local police chiefs and politicians under his thumb behind the scenes.
Yeah, rich people tend to do that.
There's no need for me to get involved in all that. I'll be satisfied as long as I get the information we need from him.
Yeah, let's stay out of that as long as we can.
Apparently he wears that crested hakama every day. Not exactly casual wear for most people. Wearing something like that in the summer heat, that's commitment to keeping up appearances.
I mean, he could just do the, like, partial compromise, just have the same thing from the waist down and then just rip it off shirtless. It'd be fucking awesome. Alright.
After looking into the corpse of the mermaid found earlier this morning, it seems highly likely that I was taken to the custody of Mr. Yamashina here.
Huh?
He's quite the big shot around here, with plenty of weight to throw on both politically and financially. Of course, all the local police know of him, and of his moniker, Unkakudono. We had to get one of the higher-ups to act as an intermediary to even get a meeting with him. Personally, I'm happy as long as we can get the mermaid corpse back from him. Although I certainly won't complain if he can tell us anything about the curse as well.
I mean, he's been looking to the immortality, so who's to say he hasn't fucking eaten it already?
I hear he's quite the curmudgeon, so we'll have to watch our step when dealing with him.
Kind of want... I wish I could just view the flowchart so I could get an image of the flow of events already. Because when they're talking about the mermaid, I don't know if they're talking about the actual one that us and Ide discovered earlier, if there was one before that, because I think that was a different plot point. Maybe, potentially. Anyway, I'm looking for birds. This is my... That's right, baby! This is my bird vision!
All right, Mockingbird number 9. Let's see. Have I missed any so far out of curiosity? Kiting Killer. Neat. Hey, I'm still on it. I got all the birds. I can also probably use these birds as a measure of how far I've gotten in the game so far, in which case I'm almost halfway through, in which I somewhat doubt. It would seem very short if that was the case. Well, then again, the first game was only around 20 hours, but... I mean, I guess I am getting closer to, like, 8 hours by this point. Well, I mean, I'm more at, like, 6 hours right now, but, you know, we'll see. Bird up. Bow, bow, bow. So true. I'll get straight to the point. I believe you took a mermaid corpse into your possession this morning.
What?
That corpse is linked to an ongoing case. We came here to ask you to release it into police custody.
No idea what you're on about.
Of course, you'll get something in return. We have some information I'm sure you'll find quite profitable in exchange.
Like I said, I have no idea what you're on about. If that's all you came here for, then scrap.
Oh, pity. I really thought you'd be interested in what we had to share. Assuming you really are interested in immortality.
Huh?
Well, I suppose we barely know each other. It's only natural that you be wary of our intentions. What do you say to a little chat to get to know each other better, Mr. Unkaku Dono?
The interrogation will commence.
Actually, real quick, I want to see if Soto has anything else to say. Nope. About Yamashina. I hear you've been putting quite a bit of effort into training up the younger generation recently. What's your take on today's youth?
Useless, the lot of them. Bunch of pushovers that have all let this new generation tripe go to their heads. We're the ones who built this country back up after the war, but they're out there strutting around like they own the place. Far too big for their britches.
And you're not? This is my problem with old people, I swear to God. My, what a scathing review. So I was like, damn, they think about me that way? Would our resident member of the new generation like to comment at all? Please don't call me that. I hear you've been searching for a successor, though. Given your strong opinions on the matter, I take it you're struggling. Though I can see why that could lead to a desire for immortality. After all, there's no need to cede your legacy to someone else if you can remain at the reins yourself,
That might have been true when I started my research.
Oh, I take it that isn't the case now.
I'm no spring chicken. The thought of living for hundreds of years like this ain't exactly appealing anymore. Doesn't see much point in immortality if I'm already long past my prime.
Well, that certainly is different from the rumors. My apology for jumping to conclusions. You have my wholehearted agreement that immortality doesn't necessarily bring happiness, though.
Let me clear up one more thing while we're still at it. I've already decided on my successor.
Oh.
Turns out the perfect candidate was right under my nose the entire time. I haven't told them yet, but they're a sharp one. They'll do a fine job.
They can't be talking about, fucking Shinobu, aren't they? I need to remember. Wakamura. Yeah, that's it. Is that so? I'm glad you hear it. I suppose that would mean you no longer have any need for immortality, then.
Who said I wasn't still interested? It simply has nothing to do with my successor. I still intend on continuing my research, for medical advancement, you understand. Think of it as doing my bit for society.
Even though immortality would potentially cause us a lot of problems. Like a lot.
You lot are always quick to assume the worst of whatever I do. How about you mind your own business for a change?
Well, there's not much we can say to that. We'll try to be more discerning from now on.
I've already chosen my successor. No need to harp on about it anymore. Already written up my will and passed it off to my lawyer. You be sure to let your friends at the police know, too.
Well, why would they be interested in that, though? That's what I'm curious about. About Yumeko.
By the way, you're obviously not just some run-of-the-mill cop. Who are you?
Why, I believe I mentioned it when I introduced myself. I'm just a simple housewife.
A likely tale. Plus, that fellow next to you has also got a strange air about him. He's no ordinary person, is he?
My, how observant of you. I suppose you could say that, yes.
Doesn't take a genius to see it. What them phony psychic types are you? Phony? Yeah, hit a nerve, did I? There are far too many of your kind around lately. Cozying up to those in power by feeding them a bunch of nonsense. Liars and cheaters, all of you.
Probably a good portion. You seem to have quite the chip on your shoulder about this, Mr. Yamashina.
Don't know if it's because I'm this occult craze going around, but I've seen far too many folks get taken in by that tripe. That's Wakamura over on Kamishina's one of them. Talk about a waste of potential.
Okay, so definitely not the successor then. Wakamura.
Can't say I care much about who you are anymore. You going around with some phony psychic tells me all I need to know.
You're a real pleasant guy, aren't you?
How dare you?
Soto, calm down. He can think what he wants. Alright, mermaids. There's one thing I should warn you about. Eating the flesh of that mermaid you found won't grant you immortality.
Huh? And what would you know about that?
Well, you know, one hears all sorts of things in this day and age. I don't know where it came from, but there seems to be a legend that eating mermaid flesh will grant one immortality. All I wanted to say was that it's just that, a legend. It has no basis in reality at all.
How can you be so sure? Just think about...
Oh, wrong person. Just think about it. If that legend were true, wouldn't it be strange that no confirmed immortals had ever been found?
Yeah? You just say they aren't just living in hiding.
The legend of Yabukuni is passed down over 100 places across Japan, yet not one single verifiable immortal has ever been found to show for it.
So you mean to say all those legends were fake? Please. If even just one of those tales is true, there's always the chance there's an immortal hiding away somewhere.
I see. You really are quite the dreamer, aren't you?
I figured you were trying to bluff me out of that mermaid corpse for some reason or other. But now I'm sure of it. That thing's hiding some sort of secret, isn't it? Something you don't want me to find out.
I mean, I would think that would be fairly obvious at this point, but still upsetting that makes him want to hand it over even less. So you admit you have the mermaid corpse, then?
Oh, shit.
Oh, don't worry. We assumed as much from the start. If I'm not mistaken, that mermaid was in a sort of mummified state, no? I doubt you'd be eating it as it is. Surely there's no harm in handing it over.
So you can hog it for yourself. You won't fool me that easily.
You don't think that a rare specimen like that ought to be placed in the care of a proper research institute?
I'm saying I'll get a specialist research institute to study it. Problem solved.
I suppose so.
I'll make sure that mermaid gets studied properly. Don't you worry about that. Don't eat the human fish.
Okay, so we can come back to it later then. About the portrait sketch. By the way, you're quite well connected around these parts, if I'm not mistaken. This doesn't have anything to do with what we came here to talk about. But I was wondering if you happen to recognize the person in this sketch. It seems he lived in the Iseshima area around 6 years ago.
Nope, never seen him.
I assume you've heard the news about the old human bones found on the seabed. This is a sketch of one of the victims from that case. You sure you have no idea who it could be?
First I heard of it, actually. Got no interest in things that have nothing to do with me.
Well, it was worth a shot. Wakamura. Who might this Wakamura be?
Wakamura? He's one of my proteges. He's the one currently in charge over in Kamishima. Used to have high hopes for that one, but that changed when he came under the thrall of some phony sorcerer in Tokyo.
A phony sorcerer in Tokyo?
You heard right. Since then, he's spared no end to his nonsense. Buying properties out in the mountains, changing company names, all because of something his sorcerer whispered in his ear. Even told me the layout of my house was unlucky and tried to get me to renovate the place.
The feng shui. Or is it feng shui? I forget. I'm not Chinese enough for this.
Just recently, he was going about in some curse causing a big storm. That sort of rubbish.
Oh shit, he knows. A storm caused by a curse, you say?
Even said the storm 5 years ago was caused by the same curse. He's been trying to wheedle me into helping him find some way to stop it. But I'm done with him and his ramblings. Man's clearly a lost cause. He'll be coming over here tomorrow morning, but I'm thinking it's time to have someone else take the reins over on Kamishima.
I see. So even though you believe in immortality, you refuse to associate with anything to do with the occult.
And you do? I figure someone claiming to be a cop would have more sense than that. How are you meant to solve crimes if criminals can just pull out curses left and right?
You won't find me disagreeing there. So what exactly has this Wakamura been saying about this curse?
Hell if I remember. Why don't you go to Kamishima and ask the man yourself?
Maybe we will. Thank you for the information.
Yeah, and that's how they get the tip for that.
Is there anything you can tell us about the phony sorcerer this Wakamura is so devoted to?
Wakamura went on about how there's some big shot appeared on television. I never heard of them. As I said, just ask him yourself.
Of course, we'll be sure to do so. Man, they've been building this up for a while. I'm really fucking curious about who it could possibly be at this point. I hope to God it's not Shogo. Can't possibly be Shogo. However, you know, Suigen Gemyoto, or the chairwoman of Hihaku Soaps, like, potentially. I can see a possible connection there, though. How about this, then? If you agree to give up the mermaid, we'll tell you what we know in return. For someone who doesn't seem to believe in the occult, you seem awfully fixated on this mermaid and immortality. Which suggests to me you found something you consider quite conclusive.
Bah, what are you on about now?
Well, I happen to know a bit more about mermaids than most people. Ma'am, are you sure? It's fine. I had the opportunity to do some research into them a while back, you see.
You don't say. And?
Well, mermaids do indeed have the ability to grant of human immortality.
Ha! I knew it.
More precisely, individuals granted immortality in this way are known as 800-year immortals.
So only 800 years?
Yeah, so have a lifespan of 800 years.
That's right. As the name suggests, they gain 800 years of remaining life. During this time, they won't age a day, and even if they die, they'll resurrect immediately.
Okay. I thought that the immortality was specifically to avoid aging, but they could still die in other means. But no. This is clearly more spiritual in nature in that case, then. I assume that it preserves their spirit and then builds up the body around it for at least that long.
Yeah, sounds like a real blessing.
No, I'm afraid it's anything but. One who defies the very laws of nature like that is no longer human. They're an anomalous being that should not be allowed to exist. As such, our position requires that any such individuals we find are dealt with as swiftly as possible.
Okay, so there's got to be, like, something terrible that happens as a result of it, then.
Indeed, this immortality was originally a curse mermaids placed upon humans.
A curse?
Immortality is neither a blessing nor salvation for the living. It is a curse that robs them the ability to die. None of those who become 800-year immortals have found happiness, not one. It renders living among other humans impossible and makes them an outcast from society. Of course, there are a few years at first when life will be tolerable. But after that, every meeting ends in parting. You outlive whomever you love or are loved by. Even if you find acceptance, it will only be for a time. You will always be shunned eventually. You'll experience this over and over for 800 years. 800 years unable to die, with loneliness as your constant companion. This is why many see no other recourse than a life of monastic seclusion, just as Yao Bikuni did.
I suppose that makes sense. Still, there will always be those who seek immortality. Always have, always will be.
You think so? I, for one, struggle to see the appeal. In any case, there are also certain conditions that must be met for the curse of immortality to be effective. Eating mermaid's flesh alone isn't enough to make you an 800-year immortal.
Oh, and what exactly are these conditions?
Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not aware of the specifics there myself.
At least it's like concrete proof now that the mermaids do exist. Or at least Yumeko believes that they exist. A person who has gained an 800-year lifespan after being cursed by a mermaid. Someone who ingests part of the body of a mermaid that meets certain conditions will be cursed and become a being. Okay, so ingestion is still a part of it? Once cursed, the individual's own body is lost and a provisional body is reconstructed using the parts of the mermaid ingested as a medium. Ugh. So your body would be kind of fucked up at the very least. Their soul is then transferred to this provisional body, which they are able to control as if it were their own, with their consciousness presiding over both their soul and body from the head. As such, they could already be considered to be more spirit in nature than human. Yeah, as I thought. If the individual is fatally wounded or contracts an illness that results in their death, their body will instantly be restored to its default state, allowing them to revive. In the event they lose any body parts, their heart will treat the largest remaining part of them as their main body and regenerate any lost parts from there, with the removed parts subsequently vanishing. This even occurs in the event that the lost body part is the head. However, these individuals heal from non-fatal wounds at only a slightly faster rate than their bodies would be capable of naturally. So it has to be a major wound. Okay. As these people feel physical sensations and pain to the same extent as they would have in their original body, it is extremely difficult to tell whether an individual is an 800-year immortal or not unless they die, even for the individual themselves. The lifespan of this provisional body is 800 years from the time of its creation. Due to the individual's original body already being lost, not even the mermaid responsible for the original curse is able to dispel it. The individual will only see the end of their long life once 800 years have passed. Ugh. Not fun.
But I can say this much at least. The mummy you have in your possession is no mermaid.
Huh? Bullshit! Ain't no way that's anything other than a mermaid.
What I mean to say is that mummy is different being from the mermaids who wield this curse. Not all half-fish, half-human beings are mermaids, you see. In fact, calling them all by the same name is what leads to mishaps like this one.
Say what? You mean to tell me that's not a mermaid, that real mermaids are a completely separate thing?
That's right, which is why I can say with confidence that eating its flesh will make you immortal.
Huh, seems like you went bluffing after all. So what is that thing then? There's gotta be some reason you're after it.
I imagine that even if you had it dissected and examined, all results would point to it being just a mass of fibers. In other words, nothing more than a man-made fake. There's a very good reason for that. You see, that mummy is merely the corpse of an average human, twisted beyond recognition by the curse of the Forsaken Fish.
What? Another curse?
Wait. It's still a mass of fibers. Okay. So they wouldn't be like actual scales or anything, but still like human flesh made into the shape of it? Is that what it's supposed to be? Another curse wielded by mermaids, as it happens. That would be the remains of someone who died under it. It also happens to be the same curse responsible for the mermaids found every few hundred years or so across the country. You see now why we'd rather you handed the mermaid over to us. The poor soul deserves a proper burial, same as anyone else. Surely you're even not so hard-hearted as to deny them that.
Curses this, curses that. It's all a bunch of hokum, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's not very convincing for him, because he already called, fucking Wakamoto insane.
That said, the report I got from the research institute earlier said exactly the same thing.
Oh my, take it you already had the mermaid dissected then.
They said it was likely a fake, but I asked if I wanted them to keep going anyway. I told them to keep at it, but...
It should be clear now that you have nothing to gain from researching that corpse, least of all information on immortality. Won't you consider handing it over? Of course, we could always take you in on charges of abandonment and desecration of a corpse.
Alright, have it your way.
I'm so glad you've come around. Thank you for your cooperation. Alright. He could have been more of a piece of shit about it, so I'm glad that we've at least got that. Question mark, potentially?
I'll give you the damn mermaid, but in exchange, I want you to tell me one thing.
What is it?
You say there are real mermaids out there. Where are these real mermaids hiding, then?
Fuck if we know. I suppose you could call it the Eternal World.
The Eternal World?
Yes, mermaids are not creatures of this world, you see. Their original home is Ryugu, the domain of the sea god.
Ryugu? How do you get there?
I'm sorry to say that Ryugu's doors are only open to the dead. Going there is impossible for a living human.
Ah, you could claim anything with a fairy tale like that. It all sounds like hokum.
That said, the entrance to Ryugu is said to lie somewhere in the Issei Sea. There have been numerous sightings of mermaids crossing over to this world in the area's long history. Which is why Issei Bay has its share of mermaid legends too.
Now that you mention, I have heard one of those stories too. Some old tale about the mermaids being found in some long-lost island called Taishima or the like.
Oh wow, you've really done your research, huh? What? Wait a moment, where did you hear that story?
Aha, caught your interest, have I? Looks like the story has some merit to it after all.
I was simply surprised, that's all. It's not a name I've come across in any historical records. Yeah. I love how Soda's just in the background of all this conversation, but he's still, like, emoting and everything and reacting to the conversation. It's fun.
Just something I heard from one of the youngins I have out there looking for mermaids.
Ah, so is, God, fucking Arnav one of his boys then, so to speak? Like a hired gun for his, I say a gun, but, you know, just hired journalist who's looking into the mermaids on his behalf. I think that's likely. I see. Sounds like you got a capable young hand. How'd suppose it'd be possible to meet with this individual?
Nope, not happening. Unless you're willing to spin the beans on everything you know about mermaids, every last bit of info. Maybe, just maybe, I'd consider it then. It's clear you're no ordinary housewife after all. Not interested. Then this meeting is over. I'll hand the corpse over to the police as promised. But don't think I've given up on mermaids or immortality. If they really exist, I'll find them and make them mine.
I feel like I changed how I voiced him the entirety of that scene. That's definitely not the last we're going to be seeing of him. Oh, we're actually going to get to move, too. Okay. Neat. Oh, second map over there. Ah, wait, that must be the Kamishima map, and then this is, like, everything in the bay. Okay. I'm getting a better picture of the world. Still date unknown. Hey there, you two. Sorry for calling you out here when you're so busy. I figured it'd be best to give you the rundown on our findings as soon as possible. How would I voice him again? Like, somewhat nerdy voice? I don't know. It's no problem. Go ahead. Alright, first, bird check. Oh, manhole there. Anything up on the pole there? No, I don't see nothing. Over here. Kiryu, you in the way. I can't see the birds. Poster, potentially? Ah. And what do we have here? Oh, this? It's a poster advertising Kamishima. Something about to catch your eye? No, I was just thinking. Surely it'd be better to put it somewhere tourists will actually see it. Huh, good point. We had some posters left over. Interested in Kamishima, are you? It's a nice place. Great tourist spot, too. I recommend it. This is one of Isesei's residential districts. Right now, the ground is so hot, the air around it seems to be shimmering. I fucking hate days like that, where you can literally see, like, the vapors coming off of the asphalt. Honestly, I do not wish that upon my worst enemy. Despite the heat, Soto looks as unruffled as ever. I do hope he isn't just pretending to be alright. I mean, he's barely talked, like, at all, so I am a little concerned. Let's hear what Detective Ide has to say. Alright, hold on, let me think. A message came in from Detective Ide just as we were about to head into Kamishima, so we stopped by to hear what he had to say. Impressively quick work on his part, to be sure. I just hope he has some good information for us. Alright, hold on. Let me get my bird vision on, just in case. I'd like to see if I can find them naturally first, but... I still wonder, what the fuck does she have this, like, vision ability for? Alright, police box. That's just the police box I was waiting at. Something you were wondering about? Oh no, I just happened to find myself looking at it, that's all. Would you rather tuck inside? There's no air conditioner, so it's probably cooler out here. Ah, it's quite alright. Talking out here should be fine. The ancient 80s, where air conditioners were uncommon in homes. Some of those relics are still missing to this day, notably in Great Britain. You poor souls. Worrying about my suit, are you? It's just a cheap old thing. Sorry I don't have anything more presentable. I'm sure that you will get a nice fat bonus after, which you can buy a new suit with. About Yamashina. So, did you manage to meet up with Mr. Yamashina? Yes, thank you again for your help there. It seems he's willing to hand the body over without any fuss. Really? That's great. Still, why would some big shot tycoon go to all that trouble to withhold a body? Everything I've heard is true. You could probably take him in on charge of desecrating a corpse, you know. We did threaten him with that. Or was there something special about that corpse? Observant of you, Detective. I can, of course, explain if you'd like to know more. Wait a sec. Is there a laid-out secret apartment of yours? I think I'm better off not knowing if so. Yeah, because this is the part just before that. Okay. Oh, really? I don't mind bringing you into the fold. Ma'am, please stop trying to rope him into helping us. But Soto, it'll mean that he has more paperwork to do instead of you. Oh, really? Real shit then. Get him on board. Alright, Yamashina. I've never met the guy, but I hear he's quite the cranky old geezer. How'd your meeting go? I bet he's pretty wary of you being with the police, but he didn't try to pick a fight or anything, did he? Well, I'm not sure you could say it went smoothly, but I don't think we upset him, at least. Probably. We upset him, but, you know, that's the point where he'd come after us. Fucking poor Kiryu. You, don't sound very sure about that. Soto still nothing? Fuck. I want to talk to him more. He's so cool. About the sketch. All right, that's exactly what I want to talk to you about. So I got all hands on deck to go around asking about that sketch you gave me. And we finally found someone who recognized the victim. Oh, that's great news. The person who recognized him was a housewife in her 20s who lived in Kumano 7 years ago. Apparently, the sketch looks like a 19-year-old she knew who left the village to go to the city.
So 7 years ago, he was 19, no?
From the sounds of it, the guy had no relatives to speak of, like the village with none but the clothes on his back. He doesn't know what happened to him after that.
I see. That'll make him a young man with no relatives who left his hometown behind 7 years ago. Yeah, very bad starting point, all things considered. Did we get a name for our mystery man?
Sure did. His name was Kipei Koma. Kipei Koma.
Kipei Koma.
I looked him up at the residence registry, and it does look like he moved from Kumao to Ise City 7 years ago. But it seems he doesn't live at the place he put as his address anymore.
Was it because he went missing or because he deliberately left? Oh, that's unfortunate.
I checked in with the apartment's landlord, and it would seem that about 6 years ago, the landlord has a contract terminated after he failed to both pay his rent and return to his apartment for several months straight. Okay, so he went missing. The landlord didn't put out a search request or anything, so that's where the trail ends, I'm afraid.
Oh, well. Landlords, as usual, being terrible people. If he went missing 6 years ago, I suppose it wouldn't surprise me if those were his remains.
We'll keep looking into Koma to see if he was involved in anything that might have led to his murder. Of course, there's always the possibility we've got the wrong guy, so we'll keep asking around just in case.
Please do.
Okay. Seabed skeletons. Testimonies indicate that the individual in the sketch resembles a youth by the name of Kipei Koma, who went missing 6 years ago. He has no known relatives. Huh. I wonder if that would be the same case for all the other people who were attacked as well. Just, you know, to further hide the trail. Because it's... Even though they said that, oh, the person who wields this curse was a dumb fucking person for just throwing the bones into the bottom of the ocean and praying that nothing would happen. But in my opinion, like, they were at least smart enough to do so with, like, minimal attention. The fact that it went on for so long without even being discovered. And, like, the bones were still disposed of at a part where it would be very hard to discover naturally. Until it was, you know, discovered naturally. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. The woman we spoke to said that the sketch was really accurate. No doubt in her mind he was Ikoma.
Well, that accurate. Then I'm sure we've got the right person.
Still, how'd you even make that sketch? There was nothing left of the victim but bones.
Well, let's just say it's classified for now.
Right. Guess it means I shouldn't pry any further. And Somikawa. Oh yeah, I also looked at that lady you were asking about, Somikawa.
Oh, yes, did you find anything?
Yeah, definitely a relative, huh? Well, it seems he hasn't registered as a resident even though she moved here 5 years ago. And nothing came up for Somikawa in the civil registry either. So I'm afraid I don't have anything on who she is or where she came from. Sorry to disappoint.
I see. Is that quite common?
Happens. It's not unheard of for folks from the countryside to come here for work and just drift on with no one really knowing who they are. Apparently, these are really common during the post-war growth period.
It seems we have quite the mystery woman on our hands.
Yep, though there is something I've been wondering about.
Oh, let's hear it. You have some idea who she might be?
Well, have you heard of the Kamishima Southern Sea disaster? There's a big maritime disaster that struck 5 years back.
I have, yes.
Okay, so they've already picked this up, so they're probably going to mistakenly assume that Mari Somikawa and this Somikawa are the same person. One of the victims of that disaster was an alma diver and housewife from Kamishima by the name of Mare Mitakuchi. But it seems her maiden name was Somikawa.
So a mystery woman shares a surname with a maritime disaster victim. I'm impressed you managed to dig that up.
I was already looking into the Kamishima disaster because of the skeletal remains, so it was a happy coincidence, if anything.
Oh, so you thought they might be related too. I'm glad it wasn't just me.
Anyway, it seems like the bodies of those disaster victims were never found in the end, which got me thinking.
Wait, are you saying...
Yep. I was thinking Mari Mitakuchi could have survived the disaster 5 years ago.
And you think she then moved to Ichika and started going by her old name of Soikawa again?
That's right. What do you think?
Seems like a long shot, but maybe. But if that's the case, why would she have stayed in Ichika for 5 whole years without thinking to contact her family?
Maybe she lost her memories in the disaster, but she would remember her own name? I don't think so, buddy.
Right. If she only had her old memories to rely on, it wouldn't be that odd if she went back to using her old name.
Well, I don't think losing memories really works like that.
Surely her appearance would still be the same, though. It's difficult to imagine no one recognizing her for 5 whole years.
Well, she didn't go to Kamishima, so... And it's possibly she just never ran to anyone she knew. That kind of thing's more likely than you think. Oh, speaking of appearances, I found a picture of Mare Mitakuchi from a report on the disaster. I haven't met this Somikawa myself, so could you take a look for me and let me know what you think?
Let's see. Oh, this is interesting.
What do you think, Soto? If she'd aged 5 years and grown badly gaunt, I can certainly see how this woman might come to resemble Miss Somikawa. Yeah. I don't think it's likely. I think it's more likely that they're siblings. Well, they could potentially be twins. I don't think they're the same people, though. My thoughts exactly.
So you agree it's a pretty solid theory?
It's certainly worth looking into, yes.
But if she really is Mari Mitakuchi, there's something else that concerns me.
Something else.
This is just what I've heard. But it seems like the islanders over in Kamishima thinks this Mari Mitakuchi was the cause of the disaster 5 years ago.
What? Why would they think that?
No idea, but it seems like it's pretty much taken for granted by most of the folks over there. Even just mentioning her name is sort of taboo. So I was thinking it wouldn't be that odd if she felt like she couldn't go home because of that.
Surely not.
Seems as good a reason as any as to why she wouldn't want to come forward anyway.
If she really is related to the storm 5 years ago, she's a point of interest regarding her connection to the skeletal remains.
Regardless of her connection to the skeletal remains.
Perhaps it's worth looking into that first.
Can I leave talking to Miss Somikawa to you two then?
We'll handle that, yes.
Okay.
So people believe this...
Excuse me. My leg is badly cramping for no reason. Ow, fuck. Ow. Ah, Jesus. Ah, fuck. Okay. Oh, what the hell was that? I haven't had one that bad in a long time. Oh, God.
I just fucking moved myself forward in my chair. And then all of a sudden,
Zeus lightning bolt straight through your left leg. Ah!
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Okay, I'm stretching it slowly. Okay, I'm getting back. Stand up for a second. Okay. Oh, God. I think that may have actually hurt something. Ugh. All right, I think I'm fine. I'm just gonna take it easy on that for a little bit. Okay. So people believe this Mare Minakuchi called forth the curse of the raging waves 5 years ago, do they? I didn't expect the curse of the raging waves to come here of all places. You gonna live? I'm not sure. Put me down. I can't come back. It's the end for me. Nothing else can happen to me. I need to be put down. Fuck the pain. Put me out of my misery. I'll be fine. Maybe. Potentially. Allegedly. Wait. That's it. I remember now. The sole survivor at Taishiba. His surname was Soikawa. Huh? Okay. There's something else about Somikawa. A wooden box? Surely that'd be too much of a coincidence. Oh, fuck. Oh, just like Urashima Taro? Hold on. Where'd she pull that from? I don't think she's ever mentioned that until now. I would think I would remember something like the Taishima survivor being named Somikawa. All right. Well, that's about all I had to report. Thank you, Detective. That was very informative. As for our next move, could we ask you to keep looking to Kippei Ikoma for us? Roger that. We'll see if we can find Somikawa again and hear what she has to say. Unfortunately, it looks like our trip to Kamishima will have to wait until tomorrow. So it seems.
Oh, you had business on Kamishima too?
That was actually our original reason for coming here, yes. But now we've gotten caught up in all this other troublesome business, so it looks like dealing with that will have to come first. And here I was hoping to get this over with as soon as possible so I can get back home to my husband.
I see. You sure are devoted to your husband.
Oh, very much. Though I do worry as he never eats properly when I'm not around.
Allegedly. I like to think that he gets by perfectly fine without her, and she's just imagining herself as to be much more important than she actually is, and that the relationship is actually just as two-sided as she believes it is. In any case, please do get in touch if you find anything else of note. Even if it's just something out of the ordinary happening, anything could be of help. Sure, will do. You're kind of making me worried something might actually happen now. I'd certainly prefer it if it didn't. Anyway, we're counting on you, Detective.
Oh, it's still part of the same chapter. Holy shit. What happened to the beach episode? That was like 10 minutes, and then we got back to the story chart. All right, back here again.
Bad news, ma'am. It seems we were a step too late. What do you mean? It seems someone came and took that Somikawa woman out to sea just a few minutes ago. What? According to the witness, a foreign man came to the port with Miss Somikawa in tow. They then boarded a motorboat that was moored there and head out into the bay.
Ah, shit, are we gonna have the raging waves happen again? Okay. I miss the beach. Me too, buddy. I miss when things were simple.
It didn't appear to be by force, so we can probably assume they knew each other. A foreign man. Not sure what's going on, but we should probably get a boat and follow just in case. Yes, let's see if... Ugh! Soto, what's wrong? This spiritual force, it's overwhelming! No, my body won't move. What's going on?
Oh, God.
That girl over there, is she doing this? You can withstand this curse? You really are quite strong, mister. Sorry, but I can't have you go any further. I'll have to ask you to leave. Voithatikos Numa, guardian spirit, grant me the wisdom of the numinous. Oh, high guiding spirit, light my path ahead. It seems like they saved us the effort of searching for them. So it seems. Let's see if this girl can tell us what we want to know.
Oh, great, we gotta... You can't fucking PowerPoint transition out of that one! Hold on, action scene?
Who are you? I could ask the same of you. What do you want with Miss Somikawa?
So you know who Miss Somikawa is, do you?
Maybe. What's it to you?
Ma'am, this girl's spirit sense is extremely potent, but she lacks experience. She seems hesitant to employ curses against people. If I have an opening, I can use my curse of binding to restrain her. Usually it's too risky to use on ordinary people, but that shouldn't apply here.
Alright. I certainly wouldn't mind getting some information out of her, so this is as good an opportunity as any. I'll see if I can get her to lower her guard. When she wavers, I'll signal for you to use the curse of binding. Sound like a plan?
Sounds like a plan. On your signal. Alright. Use Sotoki to use Curse of Binding to restrain your opponent when they let their guard down. Press the Use Curse button to signal to him to use it. You only have 3 chances to use the curse. Okay. Question, appease, threaten, compliment, or give up. Question first? Let's not antagonize.
Can we assume the foreign man who took Miss Somikawa is a friend of yours, then? So what if he is? Why are you trying to follow them? What do you want with Miss Somikawa? I could say the same to you. You just want the relic for yourselves, don't you? What? You know about the relic? If you know about the relic, I'm afraid we can't let you get away. Get away? I'm the one holding you here.
No, you're not.
Ugh, it's no good. She's too wary of us. It seems I'll have to press her further before she'll give us an opening.
Okay, so oh, God, 3 strikes. I see. Alright, appease?
Now, there's no need to be so uptight. How about we all stop all this and just talk a bit?
I don't think that's gonna work, girl.
Not happening. You're just going to use a curse the moment I drop my focus.
Alright.
We'd rather not be heavy-handed about this either. Let's calm down and find some other way to resolve this. Sorry, but that won't work on me. I'm at a rebellious age, you see.
Okay, that's not working either. I'd rather use threatening as like a last resort.
You certainly have remarkable strength for your age. Why, it might even be too much for us.
What's with the sudden praise? You're creeping me out. More! More! Threaten.
If you resist anymore, we'll have you taken in for obstruction of public duties.
Wait, you're with the police?
Despite appearances, yes. Defying us could net you quite the heavy punishment.
I see. You must be from Paranormal Affairs. I definitely can't do what you say.
What?
What's up with that?
You have quite some nerve standing up to us despite knowing where we're from. Don't think you'll get off lightly for this.
Threatening me won't get you anywhere. You can't arrest me unless it's an emergency, right? Hold on, there's actually something to that?
You're also with Paranormal Affairs, then? Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. I suppose there's trouble with secret departments. Not even their own members recognize each other. What a bother.
I'm not sure. Appease?
So, we're both from Paranormal Affairs, are we? Let's talk. Perhaps there's some way we can help. I told you, I don't know what you're talking about. It's not your business anyway.
Alright, great. Compliment.
Even knowing we're from Paranormal Affairs, you kept a straight face and hid your ties. I can tell you're both bold and smart.
Thanks, I guess. Will you give up now?
Okay, but you need the relic yourself, so you're unwilling to cooperate with us. Am I correct? If that's what you think, can you give up already?
Alright, fine.
Alright, I understand where we're coming from. We won't interfere anymore. Soto, you can stop now. Ma'am? Really? Thanks.
I don't know if we should. Alright, I guess I have to. Alright, we're going for it. Fuck it. Ah, you grown-ups, your dirty tricks.
You did well to be cautious of us, but I'm afraid this is how grown-ups get things done. Now, will you tell us what you're up to here?
Well, I suppose I've slowed you down enough. You never catch up to the boat now.
La Casa Steri, guide my path and with thy merciful hand uphold me.
What? She broke the binding?
Bye-bye.
Oh, confound it. Stop right there.
Criminal scum.
Looks like she's given us a slip. I doubt we'll be able to catch her now. Still, I'm gonna have a word with Paranormal Affairs about that girl.
Devious adults, we won the curse battle. Awesome. Man, I can't believe there isn't that communication between departments, like, at the very least. Maybe. Well, I wonder. Does that make it so that, I wonder if Arnab is also with... Was that his name? Yeah, Arnav is also with Paranormal Affairs, or is it just like I thought before, where he actually is a journalist, but he was contracted by, fucking, where is he? Is it Yamashina? Yeah, but contracted by Yamashina to look into the mermaids. I mean, it could be both. It can't be both. Or, because maybe he's like a Paranormal Affairs agent who's like doing an undercover operation to look into Yamashina, but,
I put a call into Paranormal Affairs about our errant young lady just now. I see. I assume she's indeed affiliated with them? Yes, it seems her name is Circe Lunarlight. She's an exorcist from England who's come here on exchange, part of her spiritual training, as I understand. The Lunarlight family. I see. Oh, are they well known? I've heard of them, yes. They're a distinguished family of exorcists. Quite an old one, too. Would certainly explain the strength of her spirit sense. Right. In any case, it seems she's in the care of Paranormal Affairs while she's in Japan. Honestly, I do wish they'd tell us these things in advance. What's she doing here in Mie Prefecture? Well, it seems even Paranormal Affairs isn't sure what she's up to. They've been looking for her.
Ah, gone rogue. Lovely.
From the sound of things, she's been skipping her training assignments to travel around Japan, visiting all sorts of spiritual spots instead. It doesn't seem like they're keeping an eye on her at all. Unfortunately not. They've asked me to tell her to return to Tokyo at once when we next see her. I see. More work for us, then. Yes, the things we find ourselves caught up in. She seemed to know about Somikawa, too. We got a bad feeling about all this. Shall we try looking for her? I imagine she's still in the area. No, not now. If that is all true, I doubt she'll be looking to cause too much trouble. Besides, I'm sure we'll run into each other again eventually. Well, I think that's enough trouble for one day. Let's call it a day. We'll head for Kamishima first thing tomorrow. Understood.
Okay, and that explains everything that they're doing up until, like, this point up here, where they discovered this different mermaid, actually. So, this was the second mermaid, who ended up being Somikawa. And it's interesting, then, that Arnav went out to sea with Somikawa, but Somikawa ended up becoming that. Can we assume that to mean that Arnav is also a curse user and he's the one who's turning people into fish? I kind of doubt it, though. It doesn't seem like part of his
He doesn't have a motive for that.
Anyway, Kiting Killer, the strategist of the Rebels' Roost delinquent crew. He can often be seen circling the skies over their intruders, ever on the lookout for intruders. Those unfortunate enough to be spotted by him will find themselves greeted by a signature dive bomb attack and grappling claws. He and fast-lane frigates of the Bamboo Breakers dance team go way back, having fostered a mutual respect for each other's prowess during their sea racing days.
Alright. Look at how many birds we've collected in our relationship chart. I'm getting so many memories of Xenoblade, the affinity chart, the incredible affinity chart. Alright. With that, though, I think we'll be taking another break to go to the bathroom because I am finding myself in need of doing so. So we'll be right back. I'll see you all again in 5 minutes. I sure did. All right. There we go. Hello.
The birds are back.
I know you all missed them. That was the important part. All right.
Back to the mystery thriller aspect of this.
Time to meet up. Sato Shironami was mysteriously cut down, yet moments later she resurrected before her friend's very eyes. As confusion engulfs the island, Yuza and Azami meet out to meet Yuza's grandmother, Tsuyumi Nakuchi, at the appointed time and place. Okay, yeah, so it's very likely that Sato is actually one of those 800-year immortals. That's the only explanation I can offer so far at this point in the story. Like, they were attempted to be cut down by the person that is the current holder of the curse stone of the Heian, and it didn't work because she's no mortal. So interesting. I like that they collided like that. Several hours later.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Yuza. It's nearly time to meet up with Tsuyu, yeah? Let's head that way.
Right. God, the fucking PowerPoint transition. Like, y'all couldn't come up with anything better for that? To the southern bay. Overlooking the accident. Oh, they're actually walking together, huh? Oh, fun.
The whole island was in an uproar after that. We didn't even get to ask Sato what happened.
Yeah.
Apparently she shut herself up in her room with the Wakamuras and hasn't come out since. What the hell was that, though? And how'd she even get hurt like that in the first place? Some of the islanders were kicking up a real fuss, saying that Sato isn't human, that she's something evil, that should be chased off the island.
Really? After she got fucking sliced open? That's your first, like, assertion? Oh, hold on. Did my fucking camera die again? Come on. I hate it when it does this for absolutely no fucking reason. Like, it has been really getting on my nerves lately, I am not going to lie. Because it wasn't even that long that I purchased this camera. Like, what, 2 years? If that? And it just suddenly decides, you know what? Nah, I don't need it. Okay, there we go. Come on, OBS. And where is my Twitch chat? There we go. But everyone settled down after Mr. Wakamura stepped in and promised to handle it. Everyone on the island's probably heard about it by now, though. It'll be all anyone can talk about for a while yet.
Did you go back home afterwards, Yuza?
No, I stayed out to do some digging. Gran wasn't at home anyway. She hasn't recovered enough to be able to move around that much, though, so I'm pretty worried.
Yeah. You think our promise to meet with her at the bay is still on?
Let's go and see. August 7th, at night. There she is.
Oh, good, she's here.
Gran, is your leg okay? Don't hit me with this angle. Don't make me think it's something weird. Gran, it's me. Okay, she seems fine. Oh, you two came after all. The waves are so loud I couldn't hear you for a second. What are you doing over there, Gran? This is where it's hidden.
Hidden? What is?
What Mari, your mother, left us. My mom? Yes. So, Yuza, have you ever heard of an island called Taishima?
Taishima? Oh!
Huh? Huh? Gran? Gran!
Tsuyu, what's wrong?
I think you can tell what's wrong. She's hurt bad. We have to stop the bleeding. Ah! Oh God. What are you two doing over there?
Kikuko, this is what she just suddenly...
Is that Tsuyu? No, you couldn't have. Ah!
Wait! Shit, she's totally got the wrong idea.
It's too late. Gran, she's got no pulse. The wound's too deep. Almost cut her clean in half. She never stood a chance.
I'll go get someone. You stay here with Tsuyu, Yuza.
No, it's all right. I'll come with you. No, that's a bad idea. We need someone to stay with the body.
Help! Someone get the clinic, doctor! Ah! Oh my God! This is old lady Nakamura?
What the hell's happening? You're screaming from down there too.
Come on, let's go.
They just go on a fucking spree? Bit rude to put that knife in your chest. Everyone's getting fucking massacred in this route. Why?
No way. Even Chie?
Someone help! 2 more people collapsed over there. What's happening? Help me! How will I die? Damn it! There are too many victims. We're gonna have enough people to help at this rate.
There are more over here too.
What the hell's happening?
Is that Kikuko? It got her too?
All women.
Someone tell me what's going on. What's with these gashes appearing out of nowhere? This isn't right. There's no way this is normal. Is it a virus? Or was there really a curse?
God, I assume this is just the end of a route, just like that? Those affected by the phenomenon died instantly. The strange calamity that suddenly descended on Kamishima plunged the island into a panic. With no knowledge of the cause or reason, there was nothing that could be done to prevent it, and the massacre continued unabated for a time. The survivors were seized with fear. Some ran to escape, some simply broke down, some flew into a wild rage. A frenzied chaos swept over the island. A short while later...
At least we're able to meet up with Tsukasa. What the hell's going on?
Okay, so Tsukasa's safe at least.
Whole island's in an uproar. Everyone's so panicked we couldn't find anyone who could talk straight.
Who could blame them? No one knows who'll be affected next.
It's probably best to hide here until things settle down. You okay, Tsukasa?
No, I have no idea whether my ma's safe or not. I wasn't able to find Sato either. I'm so worried about her.
Old man Wakamura said he'd handled things, so I hope she managed to make it back home at least.
Oh God, it's a sexist ghost. Okay, not completely at least. Maybe they have some just strange tendencies. It doesn't seem to be a hard rule.
Hey, do you think Sato's wound healing up like that has anything to do with what just happened? We've held off prying into Sato's past up till now. But maybe that won't fly anymore. Come to think of it, didn't this whole curse of the raging waves mess start when Sato came to Kamishima?
Don't say that! This isn't Sato's fault, she's just a normal girl. I won't let anyone say anything bad about her, not even you, Azami.
Sorry, Tsukasa, I didn't mean anything by it. I wasn't thinking straight.
I mean, I never thought something like this was really possible either.
Huh? Something like what? Do you have an idea what could have caused this?
Well, a little while ago when we were at old man Wakamura's place, some guy phoned and threatened to kill all the women on Kamishiwa with a curse. Oh, alright, maybe it was. Maybe I was onto something.
Another curse? Who was it? What'd they want?
I don't really know. If we had to watch Tsukasa get fucking sliced down before our eyes, I would not like that. He said something about no mercy, just punishment for anyone who defies him. It was really creepy.
What the hell? All those people had to die just because some guy didn't get what he wanted? Old man Wakamura said he'd do something to stop the raging waves curse, but things just got worse instead.
Zombie, calm down. It's no use getting mad at me. I wonder why women specifically, because his past victims clearly weren't women. Like, we had the guy in the sketch.
You're right. Sorry, Tsukasa. I guess I got a bit heated. Even so, it means those gashes were deliberately caused by someone using a curse, right? So they're the one responsible for all this.
This just makes me wonder, what's the range, potentially? Like, I'm also wondering, maybe they're going down the registry of the town, and that would make sense because Tsukasa isn't really a resident here because she lives in a boarding school on the land, so she wouldn't technically be qualified as a resident here. Maybe that's how she's safe? But everyone else is just going down the list one at a time, like how in the first game with Nejima? I'm wondering. Right. Even if the massacre was caused by something supernatural, someone made it happen. About that, somebody's been bugging me about this whole thing.
What do you mean?
It didn't seem like the victims were being targeted at random somehow. They were all women, for a start, so I was trying to think of some kind of common point that would tie them together.
That's our Tsukasa, sharp as ever. So, what were you thinking?
Could they have been targeted because they were Ama divers? Well, then you wouldn't be exempt then.
Now that you mention it, weren't all the victims we saw on the way here Ama divers? Though I guess most of the women on Kamishima have at least some Ama diving experience. But they went after Sato first, right? That wouldn't fit.
Oh, you're right. Sato isn't an Ama diver. I was pretty worried Yuza and I might be targeted as well, but I guess we can breathe a bit easier now.
We still don't know what the conditions are, though. None of us are out of the woods yet.
Wait, the victims were only women. Ah, could the killer have been using this to find their targets? But that would mean the culprit is... What's up, Yuza? You figured something out?
Oh! Oh my god!
Just his head! Not even across his chest like everyone else sees. Oh my god, those poor children!
What? Yusa, your head is...
No! That's what I'm saying. There goes the main character. Yeah. Hey there, Mr. Storyteller. It's been a while.
Well done in your efforts thus far. I regret to say that it seems the mysterious attack that befell Kamishima has resulted in Yuza Mitakuchi quite literally losing his head.
You think you're real funny, huh? I wonder what Yuza put together, though, because clearly I didn't. Like, there has to be some record of the women that I'm missing. Like, it would have to be in the files here. Ama divers. Anything in there? Anything leading to the culprit there? Mermaids, nothing. I can't imagine anything there working. In the Heike, I'm not looking through this entire fucking family tree. Can't imagine it being irrelevant. Paranormal affairs. Diving controls, tips, underwater gathering log. No. I would have to think it'd be in culture, society, or traditions and history. Kamishima. The youth organization? The hand mirrors, potentially? What's the commonality there? I can't put it together. Maybe the storyteller will give me something to work with. All right. Warm in the day, have a good time. Cool in the night, have a good time. I can't hear the word storyteller without thinking of that. Fuck, I don't get the reference.
There's nothing more we can do here, so let us bring this chapter to a close. For now, we will return to the story chart, where you may proceed with a different route. I wish you the best of luck on your journey.
Okay, you're not gonna ask me a question or anything like that. Okay, I assume we're going to... Alright, we're going to Barnum and Sato. Alright. I would think that someone would have to continue off of this branch, though. Maybe it's something that they'll add on to later. Oh, fuck. Is it... There has to be something in this route up here that Yuza has that puts it together somehow. So what exactly happened? Start from Sakasa's appearance or from the beginning? Well, then again, there's some information that Yuza also only knows that isn't gone over in these couple of days here. Such as the reason why he had to find a mermaid by tomorrow. So maybe it's something that I don't actually know yet. I think that might be a better answer for that at the moment. All right. Let's start with Arnav. Oh, shit, I didn't read that. Date unknown, August 1980 X morning. Kawagi Town, Nakabeppo Coast. Nakabeppo, that's a fun name. Sounds like a mishmash of Japanese and Italian.
After much hustle and bustle, we finally managed to make our way to Ise Bay.
Nice!
Take it all in now. We're standing on the coast of Nakabeppo in Mie Prefecture's Kawagi Town.
Which means this is the Sea of Ise, the connection to the eternal world. How amazing.
Indeed it is. Come, Circe.
Excuse me.
Come, Circe. Henceforth begins our grand adventure in search of the legendary mermaids of Ise Bay.
How amazing. I just can't stop saying it.
Without further ado, my name is Arnav Barnum, an American-born fantasy author. Please call me Avi.
Easy looking to like a camera while you say this. Who are you introducing yourself to, weirdo?
Oh, well, I simply thought a new beginning called for a little dramatic flair, you know.
Sure.
With that out of the way, perhaps my darling guide can provide some insight into the goings-on of this locale.
Sure, I've got you covered. Hold up. You never know. Oh. Kinda looks like bones, but not really. More so just sticks. No birds flying in the sky. Flying around either.
We've come all this way to a distant foreign land seeking mermaids. Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate the mythical creatures, but for now I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about its lore and legends.
He knows about the fourth wall. I like to think he's making up that fourth wall, and we just happen to be here.
But it occurs to me that I never actually explained the particulars of my Ise Bay mermaid excursion to the girl. No matter, it's nothing of consequence, really, so I'll just introduce my reasons a bit at a time.
Alright, now we get to know more about him. Notable works include The Fiend of Ringet and The Solar Crow, Hermod's Travels, and the Bon Appetit the Phantom Gourmand series. Although a grown man, he still has a certain naive boyishness to him, most evident is his passion for romantic tales and appetite for chasing his dreams. However, this also comes with an equivalent amount of immaturity, making him somewhat troublesome to deal with. He believes that most any circumstance he finds himself in will sort itself out, an optimistic creed that often sees him casually throwing himself into difficult situations, and he remains impressively unbothered even on those occasions he does find himself in trouble, often managing to slip out of danger with nary a dent in his usual carefree attitude. Now, don't let the game convince you otherwise, but generally in life, things do in fact have a way of working themselves out in the end, as long as you try to actually find that way. So, do not let this game tell you otherwise. Follow your dreams. You are a tailor of your own destiny. Tailor? That's not the right word. The driver of your own destiny? That's a better word. That he's made it this far unscathed is largely owed to sheer luck, although he remains blissfully unaware of this. Alright. He must have... What's the problem with having really good luck, though? Nothing. That's what I'm saying. He is currently in Japan seeking mermaid flesh, which is believed to grant immortality. Okay, not even a mermaid itself, just the flesh. His reason is simple, a fascination with the occult, a pursuit he feels is worthy of devoting his entire life to. Indeed, he is primarily driven by his pursuit of romantic ideals. If he finds something suitably inspiring, he'll readily risk his life for it, and is willing to change his views just as quickly as for the same. So, I like to think he's not even an author, just a thrill seeker, and a dreamer, Indiana Jones type. Writer of your own destiny, that's a good one, that's a better one. Avi's interest in the occult was born when he discovered his great-grandmother's vast collection of mysterious occult artifacts in the storage of his family home in America. Among them was a mermaid mummy, which yielded a mysterious map when taken apart, a discovery which captivated his imagination and led to his current quest. This great-grandmother happened to be a relative of the main Lunarlight family in England, albeit one who had chosen not to succeed the family estate. After discovering this through independent research into his lineage, Avi made contact with the Lunarlight family and continues to maintain a secret correspondence to them with this day. Huh. Okay, so the two of them are related in some sort of way. That makes sense as to why they would go around together then. Even if they're just like far-flung relatives. There's like a slim semblance of a connection.
This young lady is a distant relative of mine, the third daughter of the Lunarlight family. The Lunarlights have been in the business of demonic exorcism in England for several generations now.
Oh, this also puts it together, the, God, the fucking, potential spirit sense that Arnav would have to have as well, if he's also a descendant of the Lunarlights, and that would explain, potentially, him going off with Somikawa, and then Somikawa also ending up being turned into a fish, so that makes that more plausible, in that case.
As such, young Circe has received education of this rare subject from a young age and is now an apprentice exorcist. In order to continue her training, or more likely simply because of her interest in the area, Circe has come to Japan to study abroad. Upon hearing such news, I sought to employ her as my guide for this mermaid hunting expedition to Ise Bay. She is apparently quite fond of Japanese myths and folktales and has already explored a number of areas concerned with the occult.
Hold on, one of my friends just messaged me on Steam in the middle of this. They are saying, "Hi Pookie, give me your credit card. I had no part in this." I have no idea what to believe. Unfortunately, I will have to save messaging them back for later. Shut up. You're ruining my stream, friend. Go away. I'm just kidding. I love you. Please, 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 please stick around. All right.
Interested in visiting Mie Prefecture at least once during her stay, she immediately agreed to my request.
All right, what do we got? A young exorcist from England, currently on exchange in Japan. Possessed of a bold and willful nature, she harbors an ardent interest in Japanese folklore and occult stories. Send one of those dummy cards I send in the mail aheads. I could just send like a Hallmark card, "Wish you were here." I think she'd appreciate that. All right. She's quick to involve herself in anything that interests her, not stopping till her curiosity's been completely sated. Although she can be fairly blunt, she shows a naivety appropriate to her age around those she's comfortable with, and is not above the occasional prank. Circe is the third daughter of Ciara Lunarlight. Okay, that's a pretty name. I like that name. The current head of the matrilineal Lunarlight family. Oh, fun. A long line of exorcists based in England. Along with her two older sisters, she has received a specialized education in exorcism ever since she was a child, and is currently in training as an apprentice. As the beings known as demons in the West ultimately share the same root cause as harmful supernatural phenomena in the East. Okay, so demons just exist now. Great. Casual lore drop. Thanks. I'm sure this will never come up in any way. The spirits of the dead, strong thoughts and curses. What she does as an exorcist is fundamentally the same as what Japanese psychics do, with only the methods and terminology differing. Primary spiritual abilities. Guardian spirits. The ability to call upon the numerous guardian spirits of the Lunarlight family and invoke their powers to exercise spirits and negate certain psychic abilities. Okay, so they're just chilling around. Cool. Shikigami. The ability to turn a piece of paper with an individual's name written on it into a butterfly, which will return to the individual in question. Though she does not have to be the one who wrote the name, it must be Circe who casts the spell on the paper. Okay, so can be used for both messaging and tracking. Dowsing. The ability to use a pendulum to search for a target based on what the user can sense of their spiritual power. The effective distance of the spell depends on the strength of the target's spiritual power. Yeah. Although she is supposed to be in the care of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, a confidential Japanese institute, during her time in Japan, Circe has been spending more time traveling around the country sightseeing than working through her training curriculum. The supervising in charge of her training is all but given up on trying to manage her as a result, resolving to keep an eye on her but otherwise not interfere. As such, she's afforded a relatively high level of freedom. Circe is an ardent fan of Mio Kurosuzu. Yay! Yippee! That's one of my girlies! A girl with potent spirit sense and her senior in the industry in Japan. She harbors both strong admiration and strong feelings of rivalry towards her in equal measure, and it is not uncommon for her to end up a babbling mess when the topic turns to the other girl. She treasures the photograph she had taken with Mio upon first meeting her in Tokyo and keeps it with her at all times. Aww. We love the lesbians in this household. Good for her. Good for her. All right. Sorry, real quick. I think I probably should message them. Okay. Get out of there. I just sent them a fake credit card and they just responded with what the fuck. Tell them I say hi, I will. Hold on. Generating response from them now. They said, did you just send your credit card number while you're live on Twitch? That's so fire. All right, you know, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right. Good bit. Bill 30,006 has your shit out. Fuck. Do you? Bill, do you have my credit card on stream? Odier's credit card fraud stream. Oh, damn it. They saw my credit card too? I'm so fucked. They said, Bill 30,006 has your shit now. Idiot. He probably needs it more than you anyways. You just gotta take that lying down. I'm gonna reply with sob emoji because they're absolutely right. Nah, I'm good. All right. Well, I'm glad you're in a you're in a better situation than me. Infinite bits hack. Yeah. Please, just give it all back to me. But in the same way, don't give it all back to me because Twitch has taken their gigantic fucking cut from bits. Bits are such a stupid fucking system. They don't even have it so that you can get bits through playing ads anymore, do they? Ah, well. Anyway, we should probably get back to the video game, huh? All right. What were we talking about again?
As far as the girl is concerned, I suppose I could be considered a guardian of sorts. Even so, I often find myself caught up in her pace and completely thrown off guard. If anyone should be shaking things up around here, it ought to be me.
I'm certain that you'll get around to it, buddy. The surroundings, I still have them. Okay. Well, this area is now called Nakabeppo. Long ago, it was a region of Ise province known as Betsuho. Records indicate that 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net along this coast back in the Heian period.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's hear more about those mermaids.
They had human heads with the mouths of monkeys and the teeth and bodies of fish, and they spoke and even shed tears like humans. All right, that is a bit more different than what I had imagined. I can't tell what could possibly have given me that illusion, but, you know, they took out bits from ads years ago, probably like 2018 or something. Yeah. I don't know. I've gotten extensions that hide all the useless shit on Twitch, so I have no idea what's even like normally anymore. Could these be the fish mermaids you mentioned before, Avi?
Indubitably. Yes, this must be the place. I'm getting goosebumps.
Right? I feel the same way. It's so exciting. All right, give me the bits about fish mermaids. Oh, Betsuo. Oh, we're all the way up on the sea now. All right. Betsuo is the old name for the area now known as Nakabeppo Kawage Town, the Age district. So named during the events of the story, it has since been merged with Tsu City of Mie Prefecture. Said to have been the territory of Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori, this area has a deep connection to the Ise Heike. It's also said to be the location where 3 mermaids were caught in a fisherman's net and presented to Taira no Tadamori during the Heian period. Oh, actual historical basis then? Alright. The endless expanse of the Ise Sea, the eternal world may lie just beyond this horizon. After all, Ise province is the land where they repair the waves from the eternal world. So you kept telling us, but I have no idea what the fuck it means still.
The eternal world is purported to be a perpetual paradise, a separate plane from the world we live in, yes? Could it be that mermaids hail from such a place? So I wonder if mermaids are potentially closer to... Would Furies in Greek mythology be a good analogy? No. I guess just spirits in general then. Like, spirits given a physical form by crossing over from the realm of the dead. Would that be close enough? I don't know. Talk about this place. Kawagi Town might be located right next to Mie Prefecture's modern capital, Tsu City, but there's something you have to keep in mind. This is also the birthplace of the Heike, a branch of the Heian period's preeminent Taira clan.
If you're going to talk about Issei Province, then you absolutely have to mention the Heike.
I do have a passing understanding of the topic. The Heike took part in the Genpei War, correct? You're very well informed for a foreigner, I gotta say.
That's right. This is the war in the Heian period where two great samurai families, the Minamoto and the Taira, locked horns and really got into it. Among the Heike, Taira no Kiromori was a particularly famous figure who appears in many creative works concerning the event. His father, Taira no Tadamori, was the one responsible for securing the Heike's high social standing.
So Tadamori was Kiyomori's father, right? With names like that, how can anyone hope to keep them straight?
That's what I'm saying! Thank God! Thank God one character in the story understands. That's history for you. I'm afraid you just have to memorize them.
I suppose you're right about that. Then memorize them I shall.
Apparently, Tadamori was born in Sioux City in a place called Ushina.
Tadamori was the father, right?
Yeah.
Kiyomori's father. I'm just gonna refer to them as Tadamori and Kiyomori. Tada and Kiyo? Maybe that's better? More distinction? Ah, so that's why they call this area the birthplace of the Heike.
Right. Sioux City. A city located in the center of the Issei Plan, the capital of Mie Prefecture. Previously known as Onotsu, Sioux City has served as a port town since the Heian period, after which it continued to flourish as an important port city for Japan. Sioux City is also known as the birthplace of the Heike. The Ushina area and its suburbs is said to be where Taira no Kiyomori's father, Taira no Tadamori, was born.
Talk about this place.
This is the metropolitan city center of Mie, and a locus of historical events. I guess that makes it the perfect place to start a new journey.
I'll take your word for it, girl. Talk about the Betsuho mermaids. Can we get back to those mermaids you mentioned? What became of the three that were caught in the fishing nets?
At that time, the lord of this area was Taira no Tadamori. You didn't already forget him, did you?
I did.
Well, the fisherman thought the mermaids were a fascinating find, so he placed two of them in two boxes and presented them to Tadamori.
What happened to the third? Oh, Lord Tadamori must have been well pleased by that. How could he not be? It was known that eating the flesh of a mermaid grants eternal life.
Actually, Tadamori evidently said they were disturbing and gross and refused to accept them.
Gah, what a waste.
I would think the same, though, I'm not gonna lie. However, the fisherman cut up the remaining mermaid and ate it himself.
So, what happened to him?
Well, the fisherman said it was pretty tasty.
Well now, tasty is it?
And that's all I've got.
That's it?
And that's all I could find in existing records.
And the act of eating a mermaid's flesh alone may not produce any results. I suppose there may be other requisite conditions, wouldn't you say?
I would have to say animosity within the mermaid itself. So, in case that the mermaid didn't hold a grudge or anything like that, then I can see potentially no curse being inflicted, but the mermaid has to actively inflict the curse, meaning that they have to have strong emotional resentment towards the person to want to inflict that curse upon them. Well, considering the sheer number of eyewitness reports concerning mermaids, it is odd that there aren't more mortals walking around. There don't seem to be any records about what happened to the mermaids that Tadamori refused to accept. I suppose it's possible some of the Heike clan stuck off with them.
Now that's a hypothesis I can get behind.
I put together an assortment of files concerning the Heike, so feel free to give them a look if you're interested.
Fuck, I gotta read. You have my heartfelt gratitude.
Alright, Taira no Tadamori, the father of Taira no Kiyomori, an influential figure of the Heian period, was the man responsible for solidifying the social standing of the Issei Taira clan, and was notable for being the first samurai permitted to enter the imperial court. Entering the imperial court meant being granted access to the Tenjo no Ma, a chamber where those who directly serve the emperor performed their official duties. In an era where the warrior class was still considered of low status, a samurai rising to the level of court official was unprecedented. The Issei Taira clan went on to extend its influence across various provinces, with the vast wealth it gained through trade with the Song dynasty of China solidifying its foundation. His significant influence was later inherited by his son Kiromori. Tadamori was said to have been a man of strong will and perseverance, yet despite the power he amassed in his lifetime, he was also said to have been modest and disinclined to indulge in luxuries. Nukemaru. Tadamori's sword, an heirloom passed down through the Taira clan. Yeah, this is the one that went missing and was the one being wielded by the Curse Stone, right? Originally named Kogarashi, it is said to have become known as Nukemaru when a giant snake emerged from a lake and made to swallow Tadamori whole as he lay resting. At that moment, Kogarashi, which Tadamori had left leaning nearby, slipped from its scabbard of its own accord and drove the snake away. The name Nukemaru derives from the verb nuku, meaning to unsheathe, and reflects the sword's extraordinary act of slipping from its scabbard on its own to save its owner. Nukamato was later inherited by Tadamori's son Yorimori, but after the downfall of the Taira clan, it is said to have changed hands several times and its whereabouts are currently unknown. Okay, different one. Not the one that sunk to the bottom of the sea. Potentially. Maybe, if I'm getting things right. The Mermaid's Betsuho. One time when Tadamori was visiting Betsuho in Ise province, 3 creatures with the heads of humans, the lips of monkeys, and the teeth of bodies of fish were caught in the local fishermen's nets. Dubbing these creatures Ningyo. Ningyo? Isn't that the Japanese word for, like, dummy or doll or something like that? The original Japanese word for mermaids. The fishermen put 2 of them in a box that had washed up with them and presented them to Tadamori. However, Tadamori was unnerved by their appearance and refused to accept them. It's said that the remaining mermaid was cut up and eaten by the fishermen, who found them to be delicious. Oh, there's one thing I should warn you about, though.
Oh?
This group sometimes gets referred to as the Ise Taira as well, which might make things a little confusing. I'll go ahead and label it as Heike. Okay, good.
Does it really matter? Aren't they basically the same thing?
Not exactly. You see, the term Ise Taira refers to the Taira clan as a whole because it originated in Ise. On the other hand, people generally refer to the family within the clan that include Tadamori and Kiyomori as simply the Heike. Okay, as it rectangles and squares, I see. There are family features prominently in the stories we're interested in, so I'll use Heike most of the time. Plus, it has a nice ring to it.
Yeah, either way works for me, so do as you like.
The tail of the Heike, also used Heike.
You're awfully particular about this, but I rather like that kind of fastidiousness.
Anyway, after a number of events, the Heike would go on to lose the Battle of Dan no Ura and be completely eradicated.
Ah, I believe I know this one. Dan no Ura is found in Kyushu, is it not?
Bingo. The clan was chased out of Kyoto and pushed further and further west until they were eventually wiped out there.
Pains me to think of such resplendently glorious clan meeting such an ignominious end. More's the pity.
That's why the Heike's resentment is particularly strong, and why many remnants of it remain even today. Shrines and monuments have been even erected throughout the land in an attempt to quell that resentment.
Ah, now we reach your particular field of expertise.
Because the clan fell from such an exalted position so abruptly, that resentment is exceptionally persistent and quite pervasive. That said, famous places related to people like Taira no Kiyomori are well attended by worshippers, so they're relatively stable. It's the puffed up and pretentious Heike clan members that no one even remembers who cause the most trouble.
I seem to recall a number of individuals going so far as to claim that those outside the Heike clan could not even be considered human. Well, if that's the case, are we really safe here? You don't think we might be finding ourselves assailed by these lingering grudges?
Much of Ise province is protected by shrines, and the area is suffused with spiritual energy, so we're probably safer here than most places. But that's just the land itself. Objects or people that the resentment has seeped into are a different story altogether.
Yeah, potential possession from one of the Heike clan members. I wonder if one of the Heike clan is possessing someone, and that possessed person is using the curse stone that they have to get revenge, so to speak, on the descendants.
That's somewhat troubling to hear.
Let's think for a second.
But then, would such mermaids be so easily trapped by simple fishing nets? I thought them more cunning than that. Perhaps these fish mermaids are in fact nothing more than simple sea creatures.
Very, endangered sea creatures, maybe.
Well, either way you look at it, this region is still home to many places and things associated with the Heike.
Oh, right, she's British, isn't she? Maybe I should actually try and give her a British accent.
Excellent. I believe I've gotten a grasp of the situation at hand. It's time we made our way to the next locale. We're on the clock, after all.
Let's get to it.
I can only inflict, like, a mild accent, though, is the thing, so... Alright. Think one last time? Nope. Alright, moving it is. Ano Town. Man, we're really going all over. Unlike where we just stuck in Honjo last time. Ano Town Kusawa.
Well, it would seem that we've arrived. And where are we now, sirs?
This is an area in Ano Town known as Kusawa. Kusawa is quite famous because of the Yalbikuni legend. I'd be surprised if there was anyone who hasn't heard of it.
I'm sorry to say I've never heard of it.
Wait, really?
Come now, don't act so shocked. You can't expect me to know every little thing, and besides, I'm not even from this country. The very reason I requested you be my guide was so you could teach me about things like this.
I guess that's true. Okay, I understand.
I'll be counting on your explanations.
Alright, Ano Town. Ano Town is located in the Aga district, so named during the events of the story, has since been merged with Sioux City of Mie Prefecture. Located at the foot of Kyogamine, a mountain with a single 819-meter peak, the land surrounding it is rich in natural splendor, with multiple hot springs welling forth from the earth around it. From the Edo period until the Meiji period, it was known as being the primary place of production of sumoji, a delicate fabric woven in such a way as to be semi-transparent. Neat. Game makes me want to visit the area, which I think is partially a goal. Alright. There we go! New bird! Mockingbird number 16. Collect 10 Mockingbird stickers. Nice. Alright, who is our fresh face this time? I passed by him. 16, Little Blue. And Cersei's not going to comment on my amazing bird find? How dare she?
What's down there? Some sort of shrine?
This shrine is apparently dedicated to Sugawara no Michizane. We should go pay our respects before we leave. Ah, the fabled beauty of the serene Japanese countryside. It really is charming.
Oh yes, the incessant chirping of locusts combined with unrelenting heat. This is Japanese summer, alright.
It's fascinating to think that such a peaceful place could be home to such profound historical events. I'm practically jittering with excitement.
I can see that. Let's try to keep a cool head, shall we?
Nothing else around. Just me and my small assistant. Legend of Yabikuni.
The legend of Yabikuni originated in Kusawa, Ano Town. Long, long ago, a 17-year-old girl named Osato lived in this village.
Ah, now we're getting to the full story.
She unknowingly ingested the meat of a mermaid that was served during a village gathering and became immortal. After subsequently being persecuted by the other villagers, she became a nun and made a pilgrimage around the entire country. At the end of the story, she eventually returned to this village and lived out the rest out for a very long life.
Tales told in other parts of the country play out in almost exactly the same fashion.
In this case, though, like, there's no sort of regrets or grudges within that story, but she still became an immortal. And she was the only one to eat that mermaid as well. And the only one to gain the immortality. So, I'm wondering if the spirit is, like, following the meat, and the spirit is, like, deciding just on the spot, you can be immortal. Yeah, fuck you. Maybe you.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
The Tale of Yabikuni. A bhikkhuni, fully ordained Buddhist nun who acquired preternatural longevity after eating the flesh of a mermaid, can be found in almost every region of Japan. Although the exact details vary greatly between regions, they all share the same fundamental element. A girl who ate mermaid flesh lived for 800 years. The Yabikuni legend passed down the Mie prefectures as follows. The other villagers, disturbed at the thought of eating such a creature, refused to eat it, but Osato unknowingly ate the mermaid's flesh. From that moment on, Osato didn't age a day. Shunned by the other villagers and treated as a monster, she was eventually forced to leave the village. Becoming a nun, Osato traveled the length and breadth of Japan for hundreds of years before eventually returning to Kusawa village, where her long life at last came to an end. Also, it's really difficult to do both a female voice and a British accent, so I think I'm just going to try for one of them.
The legend of Yabikuni, the girl who ate the flesh of a mermaid and lived for 800 years, has been passed down all over Japan. Not only here in Mie Prefecture's Ano Town, but in Fukui, Aichi, and Gifu prefectures as well. In total, the story has been found in 121 locations in 28 prefectures throughout the country, or at least that's what certain research has indicated.
Doesn't that seem like a lot? Are there really that many different Yabikunis out there?
Obviously, not all the legends can be true. I actually have a theory on the subject. Would you like to hear it?
By all means.
Most of the legends refer to a woman who stopped aging and lived for 800 years after consuming the meat of a mermaid. At that point, because others would find it strange that she wasn't getting any older, she wasn't able to live in normal society anymore.
I suppose that would be natural. It would explain why she withdrew from the world and became a nun.
Exactly, and that's how she got the name Yabikuni, the 800-year-old bhikkhuni nun. With 800 years on her hands, she could have easily made a pilgrimage around the entire country.
Oh, interesting. Buddhist priests are known for trekking throughout the land as a form of ascetic training.
And if we consider the 121 locations where the legend was found, with 800 years to spare, she could have spent 6 years in each location. 6 years would certainly be enough time for her to make a name for herself in each and every location, right?
But 6 years is not really enough time for people to notice that she's not aging. Like, a person doesn't really age that much over the course of 6 years unless you're a child, you know? Like, even in your 20s, it's hard to tell a difference between someone who's like 24 and someone who's 30. Like, maybe there's like a slight difference and you might be able to tell, but only if you're looking like side by side, you know?
Oh, my dear, I believe I see what you're getting at. Your theory posits that the stories of Yabakuni that have been passed down to every corner of the country all refer to the exact same individual.
Well, it might be a bit much to say that all of them are the same. There may have been a few different people. But it's more convincing than the theory that there were 121 people. I also think that Yabakuni of Wakasa province is the most likely origin of the legend.
I wonder. Don't all the different instances of the story throughout Japan also claim that particular location as her place of final rest?
That may be true, but I assume that each of those different places wanted to have a grave or some other tangible marker to base the legend on. But with so many people that are purported to have lived for 800 years all died around the same time, it seems pretty unlikely.
Then you believe some of the tales were embellished somewhat?
That sort of thing happens all the time. Legends are always mixtures of truth and fantasy. Moreover, it doesn't make sense that every single immortal would decide to become a nun. There were likely some places that simply believed Yabakuni was the term for an immortal.
Rather than nun, for which, for all we know, she said, I'ma be none of that, and became an Amma diver.
That's such a terrible pun. Go fuck yourself, Avi.
But
Man, what's the point of me being here? He's a better streamer than I'll ever be.
That's actually pretty insightful. Many legends are based on simple semantic misunderstandings.
No, wait just a minute. I won't stand here and let my dumb joke actually become a salient point of discussion.
Let's drop it then.
But still, if one were to somehow live for 800 years, a person that became immortal after the Kamakura periods could still be alive today.
True. And if so, I'd love to sit them down for a long chat.
All right, let's not get her near Sato then. Actually, I wonder if Sato is still alive, even after that other branch where everyone fucking died.
Can Kusawa's legend of Yabakuni really be true? There must be falsehoods and fictions mixed into the tale, surely.
Also, I think it's actually Yaobikuni instead of Bikuni. It's Bikuni. That's how Japanese works. The first syllable is stressed. Everything else is kind of like trailing down.
Who knows? Ise province isn't that far from Wakasa province, after all. She may have simply walked here from there. The fact that the stories from each different area are so similar doesn't make me wonder if they didn't get mixed together somehow.
Ah, you think the legend may be an amalgamation of stories from various locations?
Exactly. But then again,
And again,
the immortal in the story from this location has her own name, which gives the legend a certain verisimilitude.
That's a big word for you to know at 15.
indeed it does.
I guess we can assume that a girl with that name really did live here long ago. And something must have happened to make people believe she'd become immortal. It's reasonable to assume her story then got mixed up with various legends of Yabakuni from around the country before being passed down.
Of course, the exact timings of these events is still unclear, but that does present an interesting possibility. She could very well still be living in this village. Wouldn't that be a compelling development?
Leave it to an occult writer to think up something like that.
That's right! You're seeing the prodigious imaginative power of a fantasy author in action!
Yes, it's really something.
This man can never get a break. Also, I kind of want to acknowledge here that for most of the stream, it sort of felt like this game's writing has leaned less from, like, Paranormasight original and more into Zero Escape, with, like, how we're having all these tangents that are seemingly irrelevant that are probably going to come up later. But upon first hearing them, it's because they don't seem relevant that's like, okay, it's kind of boring, you know? It feels boring because it doesn't have any relevance to the main plot, but the fact that they're talking about so much at length, it really, really reminds me of Zero Escape. And of course, it is cool when that sort of comes together by the end, but it's like, man, I really wish they spread this shit out further, you know? Because it feels like I've just been talking to Circe for like 45 minutes at this point.
But the fact of the matter is that almost no traces of Yao Bikuni remain in this village. Even her grave, which is referred to as Lady Yao's tomb, has never been located.
But then, did we come all this way for nothing?
Probably.
Well, it might not have a direct connection, but there is something one should always consider when discussing Issei. The Tales of Issei. Have you heard of it? It's the oldest extant collection of Japanese verse, compiled sometime during the Heian period.
Around the same time as the Heike, right?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it.
Or was the Heike the Sengoku period? I think it might have been that.
I have heard of the tale of Genji and the tale of the Heike. Is there anything like those?
Well, those were also stories written during the Heian period, but that's where the similarities end. Nice try, though.
Well, they sound similar enough anyway. All Japanese sounds the same to me. I am an ignorant Westerner. Bah!
Don't worry, I'm not an expert on the subject either. Basically, this collection of verse elaborates on the number of waka poems by giving accounts of the events surrounding each one. The entire collection of 125 passages is referred to as the Tales of Issei. That's easy enough to remember, no?
The Tales of Issei is a collection of short stories. Check.
Ah, one more thing. The title might be the Tales of Issei, but the content isn't all that focused on the actual area.
What's this now? Are they intentionally attempting to confuse and bewilder us? Bamboozlement, possibly.
Some believe the title comes from the fact that Passage 69 is set in Issei Province.
And this is like the thing that was quoted at the very beginning of the game, if I remember correctly, when we were going from the storyteller to Yuza.
At any rate, I just thought I should bring it up because it does have at least a slight bearing on the topic at hand. If you're keen to learn more, I'll add more detailed information to the files.
Why, thank you. I'll be sure to read through them later. I forgot that I still don't know how to read.
He's too himbo for this shit. The collection of verses of the Udamonogatari, thought to be the oldest surviving work in Japan, is particularly well known for the opening sentence of many of its prose passages. Long ago, there was a man. Believed to have been compiled in the Heian period, it greatly influenced the literature of the era, including famous works such as the Tale of Genji. The central figure of the narrative is speculated to be a fictionalized version of Arikado no Narihara, a poet of the Heian period, with the prose passages serving as a biography for the character. Both the author and its exact date of publication are unknown. The narrative spans 125 episodes, which vary in length from a few lines to several pages. Only a few lines? Jesus. That's more like a haiku than anything. It covers the life of a man from his coming of age to his death and focuses primarily on the protagonist and the people around him, particularly his romantic dalliances with women. Some of its most famous episodes are summarized below. Or is it dalliances? Because I think it's based off the word dally. Alright, episode 1. I can't read all these, man. There's no way they're expecting me to read all these. Okay, it's skipping to episode 6, so it's not all of them, but it's like a good selection here. Uikoburi. Having come of age, a man sets out on a ceremonial falconry excursion where he catches sight of two beautiful sisters. Infatuated, he cuts off the sleeve of his robe and scribes a waka poem on it and sends it to them. Akutagawa. A man, having finally succeeded in stealing away a beautiful noblewoman, flees with her to a warehouse where they take shelter from the rain. However, the man discovers in the morning that she has disappeared, devoured by a demon that had inhabited the warehouse. And not you? Rough, man. Azuma Kodari. Feeling despondent about his future, a man embarks on a journey to the east with a group of friends. In Mikawa province, he catches sight of some beautiful flowers and reflects on how far his journey has brought him, and recites a poem. In Tsuruga province, he sees snow on the peak of Mount Fuji, contemplates the passage of time, and recites a poem. In Musashi province, he spots an unfamiliar bird on the shores of the Sumida River, recalls his wife and hometown, and recites a poem. His friends all weep upon hearing the latter, moved by his feelings for his faraway home. Tsutsuizutsu. That's a hell of a fucking name. Literally 3 Su's. Tsutsuizutsu. Tsutsuizutsu. Both friends from childhood, a man and a woman exchange poems and are wed. But when a man prepares to travel to faraway Kawachi province to visit his other lover, the woman displays no hint of displeasure as she sees him off on his journey. Suspicious of her actions, the man hides in their garden and watches as his wife makes herself up as beautifully as she can. But when she then sits and recites poems out of concern for her traveling husband, he feels a profound shame and decides not to go to Kawachi. Episode 69, Kari no Tsukai. Having been sent to Issei province to hunt game, a man is received with great hospitality by the imperial princess serving as priestess at Issei shrine. Attracted to each other, the two attempt to meet in secret but can find no opportunity to speak intimately. Although they promise one another to meet the following day, it is not meant to be. The two exchange poems of farewell before the man sets out to continue his journey. Hikoboshi. Having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater than even Hikoboshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screen separating them to the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. Moved by his words, the woman removes the screen, allowing them to finally meet face to face. Okay, like, interesting, but not exactly important. 69, nice. Yeah, it's still nice. All things considered. Small, diamond in the rough.
If Yao Bikuni really did exist, I wonder what sort of life she led. I can't begin to imagine what it would be like to live for hundreds of years.
Okay, anything else? The Tales of Issei? There's one other thing we can learn from the Tales of Issei. Adding the tale of to a book title really classes things up. You should keep it in mind. It was apparently all the rage during the Heian period.
Ah, just like how it's all the rage now to give an entire plot summary as the title of a book.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. My next work is certainly going to be a tale of. Well then, I suppose that brings this particular subject to a close. This tale, even. On to the next. No rest for the wicked, I say. Time to tackle the next mermaid myth.
Sure.
Okay. Finally, somewhere else. Utami Gouda. Man, y'all are going fucking far. In a single day. Utami Gouda Coast.
And here we find our next subject of inquiry. What place might this be, my dear?
Oh, this is the place where the mermaid corpse was discovered.
It's Futami Gouda, the coastline that lies beside Futami Town. It's just over from Issei City.
Ah, then we finally penetrate the outskirts of Issei City proper. Things are certainly beginning to heat up. I infer that Issei City was the prefectural capital from the fact that Mie Prefecture was once known as Issei Province. Not bad, huh?
Well, I can understand how you would arrive at that conclusion. But the truth is, Mie Prefecture is composed of 4 separate provinces: Issei, Shima, Iga, and Ki.
Ah, is that so?
You're doing your best, bud.
But that doesn't change the fact that Issei City is regarded as the spiritual capital of Japan, making it a very important location.
Really? Not even Kyoto? Huh. Because I think that Kyoto is much more spiritually the capital city of Japan, but you know, sure. I don't know exactly how Issei City... Well, I mean, the capital moved a bunch of times, so...
Very interesting. But the sun has already begun steady descent, so perhaps we should pick up the pace a bit.
Alright. The bird is gone. No bird today. Which means there's potentially a new bird around here. So I would like to think.
Futami Gouda Sea is famously said to purify the body, so many visitors to Issei Shrine come here as well. The scenic beauty of the location has even been featured in poems from antiquity.
It certainly is easy on the eyes. The strands of pine trees along the shore make for quite the striking image.
To make it even better, the embankment we're standing on offers a 360-degree view of the Issei Bay.
Wow, look at this incredible graphical achievement that we have made. Yes, I'm seeing it, artists. I'm seeing it. It's awesome.
It makes you want to go out on the very edge and take it all in.
It really does. Being surrounded by the bay like this is such an enchanting feeling. What a breathtaking view.
Anything else around? Can I see Kamishima from here? Not really. Unless that is Kamishima, but it's more likely that's an opposing coastline. No people around? Yes, sirs.
Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate the mythical creatures, but for now I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about its lore and legends.
Still same as before.
As far as the girl is concerned, I suppose
Okay. That's the same description as before. Fuck. This is such a long lore drop, bro. I am kind of checking out at this point. Alright. Topic of Futami Gouda mermaids.
So, does this place have any legends featuring mermaids?
It does. A record called the Kagenki was written by people at Horyuji Temple after the Kamakura period. In that record, there are a total of 6 instances of information concerning mermaids.
6, huh? That's certainly promising.
One of those entries describes a sighting here in Futame, Issei Province, on April 3rd during the second year of the Enbun area, which would be 1357.
So you even know the exact date? How fortuitous.
The passage is as follows. From the sea of Futami in Issei Province came Enmeiju, delivering perpetuity.
So, what exactly does that mean?
Yeah, from the sea the mermaid came, delivering immortality. And Meiju, I assume, is the name of the mermaid or what it was called.
My guess is that a mermaid was spotted in the sea by Futami and it was named Enmeiju, meaning health and long life because it granted longevity.
Aha! Granted longevity did it. Finally, we're getting to the good stuff.
Yes, it's another account relating to mermaids to Yaobikuni. It seems the idea of mermaids granting immortality had already been established at that time.
Indeed. Now we even have a name.
Although it's one given to it as a moniker and not offered.
So what sort of mermaid was this and what became of it? Was it a...
I'm wondering if it was a fish mermaid or a human mermaid.
No clue.
Again with the vague records. These people write down the appearance of some fantastical creature and then just let it wander off.
I haven't personally gone over every bit of research on the matter, but I can speculate on an answer.
Well, it's more likely that they wrote all that shit down and then barely any of it actually survived.
Records of mermaids in other places also often refer to them by name. In fact, it may not have been all that uncommon for the people in the area to encounter them when these records were written.
Let me see if I follow your meaning. The same mermaid would appear repeatedly, leading people in the area to grow accustomed to it. Am I on the right track?
Exactly. I mean, you wouldn't bother giving a name to something you only saw once after all. These people may have come to have a kind of rapport with the mermaids. At the very least, it doesn't appear as though they were trying to capture any.
Mermaids that people didn't want to capture. And they weren't seeking its flesh. Perhaps there was a way of obtaining immortality even without the meat.
Maybe mermaid meat really was just tasty and nothing more. And if that were the case, then it makes perfect sense they would view the mermaid as a divine creature.
So they treat it as an auspicious being that blessed others with long life. You may be onto something there.
Yeah, blessing, quote unquote, as we've been led to believe.
This makes me think of that theory that you mentioned about how there might be two different kinds of mermaids.
Oh, you remembered. I stand by my theory. There's the fish mermaid, which looks more like an aquatic monster or a beastie. And the human mermaid, which resembles a demi-human or nymph.
Indeed, that's the simplest way to describe it anyway. Assuming the mermaid in question had a name, formed relationships with humans, and granted longevity, it stands to reason it was of the human mermaid variety.
You have a point. The mermaids we've encountered thus far has all been caught in nets and appear to be more like fish mermaids.
It seems more likely, then, that the mermaids who grant longevity are actually these human mermaids.
Interesting. That in turn would suggest... My word, would this mean that one could become immortal without eating their flesh?
I'm not sure. There are countless legends that reference the need to consume their flesh. But I can't help but feel like there's more to it. If human mermaids are capable of communicating with us, I'd really like to speak to one.
Agreed.
Interesting sighting.
Speaking of which, this is entirely unrelated, but there's something I've been wondering. Do you mind?
What? Our conversation was just getting good.
It's been good for a while. I'm good.
Protest all you like, but I shall ask anyway. On our way here, I noticed a certain something adorning the entrance to everyone's houses. What was that?
Oh, right. Those are Somin Shodai talismans.
So Min Shore-Eye?
Yes. Although in most of Japan, they're usually only hung up around the New Year, but in the Ise Tobashima region, they're traditionally left up all year long.
Interesting.
I can add more detailed information to the files for you later.
And later is now. Somin Shodai. A type of talisman inscribed with the character Somin Shodai Shison, meaning descendant of Somin Shodai. These talismans come in a variety of forms, ranging from smaller objects such as paper slips, wooden tags, or hexagonal wooden charms, to larger objects such as hoops made of entwined miscanthus reeds or shimenawa, sacred ropes used for ritual purification. That sounds familiar. The entwined miscanthus reeds. These talismans are generally placed at the doorways of households as a prayer for sound health and to ward off illness. Many households at Ise-shima place Somin Shodai talismans at the entrance to their homes, usually in the form of paper slips or shimenawa. Although most families in Japan only put shimenawa up during the New Year, in Ise-shima they are kept up the whole year round, being replaced once a year on New Year's Eve. The word Somin Shodai originate from the name of the central figure in the legend of the same name. Although many versions of the tale exist throughout Japan, the tale is generally told in Ise-shima as follows. Yeah, just general health. Not to ward off anything specific in particular, which is odd. On New Year's Eve, the deity Gozu Tenno set out to court the princess of Ryugu. However, when night fell, he found that none of the nearby inns had a spare room to offer him, and so he turned to two brothers who lived by the sea for hospitality. The wealthy younger brother, Koton Shodai, turned him away despite having the means to accommodate him. The elder brother, Somin Shodai, welcomed Gozu Tenno into his home even though he lived in poverty. Pleased by the simple yet heartfelt reception he had received, Gozu Tenno rewarded this hospitality by sparing only Somin Shodai from a plague that ravaged the area next year. Oh, jeez, he had that kind of power? You did say he was a deity out there. Okay. Ever since it is said that hanging a wreath of miscanthus reeds and a charm declaring oneself to be a descendant of Somin Shodai from one's waist will offer protection from plagues and illnesses. I feel like that would just piss off the god if you just set up the talisman, but you're not actually a descendant. That seems like it would produce the opposite effect. The tradition has survived to the present day where such charms are now used as talismans for good health and well-being.
Ah,
What is it?
Oh god, there's something behind me, isn't there?
What? What is it? Now you're making me antsy.
Never mind, I suppose.
Come on now, sirs. You realize something about those Soman Shodai, didn't you? You must share.
no, nothing like that. It made me think about how close this area is to the Eternal World.
Is it? What does that mean?
You'd already know this from the files, but regarding the Soman Shodai, its origin goes back to a legend about the deity Gozu Tenno, who's courting the princess of Ryugu.
Ryugu, you say?
That's right. Ryugu is close to this place. In other words, that place is very close to the Eternal World. Yes, and furthermore, Gozu Tenno was also the guardian deity of the Gion Shoujo Temple. The very same Gion Shoujo who gets mentioned in our good old friend The Tale of Heike.
I need to get this all to click in my head here. Huh.
So it is. What was it again? From the bells of the Gion Shoujo echoes out the impermanence of all things, right? Sounds so cool that I even memorized it. Haven't got a clue what it means, though.
You and me both, brother.
Yes, that's the one. As for its meaning, you can look it up yourself.
Fine, fine. So what you're saying is, Iseshima is a land with deep ties to both Ryugu and the Heike.
I mean, it makes sense considering that, you know, Ryugu's literally, like, right over there. Just in the ocean. You can go check it. It's right there.
And that's exactly why the Soman Shodai tradition is so well established here.
Ah, that reminds me.
Of what? Keep talking, girl.
There's something about Ryugu's princess that keeps bothering me as well.
He certainly is mysterious,
That reminds me, about Futami Gaura.
I wonder if the same princess they're referring to is the one referred to in the Tale of Urashima Taro. However, they did make it clear that she was probably actually a priestess and not a princess, so, but I'm wondering if they're still referring to the same figure.
Dear me, how time flies when listening to your lectures, sirs. The sun has already gone down.
I suppose I got carried away. Sorry.
Thank you for apologizing. I really need that. I need the action again.
Well, if that results in such a lovely view of the sea at night, I'll not complain.
You're right. Let's just look at all those stars.
Fuck, I miss being able to stargaze and not have fucking nothing show up due to light pollution. Oh, something just...
Ah,
Yeah, no kidding. You can actually see the Milky Way and everything here. In this sky, I dream of birds. One day, I hope I'll be able to actually go to a place where I can clearly see the night sky. 'Cause I don't think I've seen the stars nearly as clearly as when I was a kid, and even then, they weren't that numerous.
I want to think for a sec. Stars speckle the sky as far as the eye can see. Not bad. Not bad at all. Dear me, I dragged her around all day long, didn't I? Perhaps I should say I had her drag me around all day long. As regarding you for the time being, I suppose I ought to have had us retire earlier. Though Circe herself seems to have limitless reserves of energy.
I mean, wasn't she kind of like falling sick towards the end there when we were talking to her with Yuza? Okay, I've already talked about everything there, so...
Oh, but we really let time get away from us. Look how dark it's gotten.
Without the light from the stars above, we'd be lost in pitch darkness.
Okay, now... Sky.
But look, the heavens are entirely enveloped in a shower of dazzling pinpricks of light. What a sight to behold. Would you happen to be versed in constellations, Circe?
Well, I've dabbled a bit in astrology, so I guess I know a thing or two.
Excellent, do tell.
Fuck, another tangent.
Well, if we consider the constellations you can see in Japan during the summer,
You even know that?
the first one that comes to mind is the Summer Triangle. It's an easy one to find.
Triangle, huh? I presume is made up of 3 stars?
Correct. Vega in the constellation Lyra, Deneb in the constellation Cygnus, and Altair in the constellation Aquila. This trio of bright stars can be observed close to the Milky Way in this season.
What? I want to see. How do we go about identifying them?
Well, first, low in the southwest portion of the sky, look for a star that glows red. Antares of the Scorpio constellation.
Southwest, you say? From here, that'd mean facing inland and looking to the right.
Okay, try to find a little red star low in the sky and point to it.
Yes, ma'am. Lyra, Hercules, Hikoboshi. This is a different name for Altair. Yeah, because... Oh, and Vega's Orihime in Japanese constellations. Neat. Because I know that the constellations have different names, and they're not just loanwords from English. Because I know that Pleiades is Subaru in Japanese. Thank you, ReZero, for teaching me that one. All the stars are just random to me. I can never find constellation. Yeah, that's the thing. That is also partially because of all the night pollution in the sky. It's so hard to see the constellations now because a lot of them you just can't even see anymore. Okay. Vega and Altair are also said to represent Orihime and Hikoboshi, the two central figures of the Tanabata legend. The romantic imagery of the star-crossed lovers separated by the Milky Way has captivated people's imagination since time immemorial. Yeah. Our directions. Very well. Facing inland to the right. Right there. I want to look at all the other stars. I want to be wrong.
That one?
That one does stand out, but I'm afraid that's Arcturus from the Booties constellation.
There's no way you could call it the Booties constellation.
Thus, you're looking in the wrong direction.
Gah! How utterly mortifying.
Oh, are you that upset?
It's okay. I know it's this one up here.
What's this? I do believe that star hasn't moved from its place in the sky in the slightest.
Oh, is it Polaris?
Oh, yes, that's a North Star.
Sailors would use to plot their course when at sea. Although Polaris actually does, in fact, move.
That said, no star would move that much in the span of a few minutes. You do know that, right?
Huh?
Hey, I got an achievement for that, fighting the North Star. That's good, because it barely even showed up, and I wouldn't have even seen it if I didn't just move my camera over it. Hold up, there's one here.
There, that must be it.
Bingo, that's Vega, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. I'm surprised you noticed that one before spotting Antares.
Apologies, I got ahead of myself.
In Japan, Vega is also called the Orihime Star, and is famous for its connection to the Tanabata Star Festival.
And that must mean Hikoboshi will be on the opposite side of the Milky Way from that one.
Exactly right. Can you figure out which one it is? One of the other stars in the Summer Triangle is in the same area, so see if you can view it.
I'm going to look at the exact opposite. Oh, is it just all 3 of these? Well, this one is on the opposite side of the Milky Way, I think, so... Hold on. I want to see if there's any other tiny stars that I can try and see. Like, I highly doubt that, there's going to be another one like Polaris, but... Well, I know I'm going to look at Antares last, so...
If my eyes are discerning as I believe it to be, that's the one!
Oh, nice find. That's Deneb, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. Deneb lies within the Milky Way, which earns it the name Milky Way Star.
It does indeed appear to be swimming nicely along that starry stream.
There's still another star in the Summer Triangle, so try to find it.
Well, would it be this? I would think that Antares would be this red one here, was it not? Or is it supposed to be 1, 2, 3, and that's a Summer Triangle? Because I want to see everything else. Traditions and history, was it not in... No. Summer Triangle. Okay. So this one is something else then.
There's something about that red star. I can't take my eyes off it.
Yep, that's Antares. Gets better late than never. It was pretty late, though.
Forgive me.
Hey, I viewed it late on purpose, alright? It's a UFO. I believe all of them are. Nothing is real. The sky is a fucking simulation anyway. It's all projectors.
Eureka, I've spotted it.
Ooh, that's Altair, one of the 3 stars in the Summer Triangle. By the Aquila constellation, Altair is known in Japan as Hikoboshi for its role in the Tanabata Star Festival.
Oh, that means I managed to spot both Orihime and Hikoboshi. As if I've drawn the 2 star-crossed lovers together with my own hand. How overjoyed they must be.
Yeah, nice work. I didn't expect it to be so romantic.
He's a writer. Of course he's romantic.
There, I've located all 3 stars of the Summer Triangle. How do you like that?
Good work. Now you mastered the summer skies. Should I start addressing you as Professor?
That's me. Feel free to rely on my knowledge.
All right, then. Tell me, what is another name for the star Hikoboshi?
Fuck. Let me cheat. Alright, Hikoboshi is Altair.
That's right. Well done, Professor.
Whew, I mean, nothing to it. Regardless, we've seen all there is to see here in Futamigauda. I'd even go so far as to call this a wrap. I think that about covers all the mermaid legends from me at Prefecture, but is there anywhere else you're here keen to visit, sirs?
What? We haven't even visited Ise Shrine yet. If you ask me, we barely scratched the surface.
Ah, you got a point there. But it's getting late, so let's save that for tomorrow, shall we?
All right.
The next day. Please divide these chapters. Mount Osama. There we go. I needed water.
Wow, talk about a gorgeous view.
It's something, isn't it? This is Mount Osama's observation platform. It overlooks Toba City on one side and Ise City on the other.
So that's Toba City over there, huh? What's Toba got going for it?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind when thinking about Toba is Toba Castle, built in the Sengoku period by none other than the pirate daimyo Lord Kuki, who at one time led the Kuki naval fleet.
Are we just gonna go on an entire, like, sightseeing tour? Is that all it's really gonna be? I really feel like we're lacking the whole mystery-solving part of it.
Oh, that's more exciting than I anticipated.
As for the Tobashima area, it's famous for having the highest population of Ama divers in Japan.
Aha! I knew there'd be something touristy. What a fantastic blend of culture and history.
Ah, music, finally. Mount Osama straddles the border between Ise City and Toba City and is also known by its official name of Asamagatake. Asamagatake. Part of the Ise-shima National Park, it was selected as one of the 100 landscapes of Japan, a list of famous scenic sites gathered from across the country. Kongo Shoji, a temple located on the southern peak of Mount Osama, is built to protect Ise Shrine from the northeast, traditionally regarded as a spiritually vulnerable direction. Perhaps as a result, many worshippers who visit Ise Shrine also make the journey to Kongo Shoji. The observatory at the peak of the mountain offers a sweeping view of Toba City and the many islands that dot Ise Bay. Okay. Where are you, Sir Bird? I can view the entire mainland of Japan from here. There is no way that you can escape my watchful eye. It may be escaping my watchful eye.
From what I hear, lots of the inns in Toba are run by Ama divers and fishermen. I can't wait to dig into some seafood tonight.
I'm also greatly missing seafood right now, chat. That's the terrible part about living in the middle of the nowhere. There is never any seafood, nowhere.
Apparently, Mount Osama's peak sits at 555 meters above sea level, so it's not that high. But situated at the tip of the Shima Peninsula, it offers a magnificent view of Toba Bay's coastline and the outlying islands.
Since we stopped by the shrine this morning, I assume we take the mountain path. All I can say is, this place takes my breath away. Or that may be my asthma. Who knows? She's been packed and ready to venture forth since the early hours of the morning. Though I myself beat her to the punch. I've been too excited to sleep and wink all night.
I'll get you some fishing. I don't know if you meant to say, like, fishing as in the verb, or if fishing gay is actually, like, a noun of some sort of seafood. Might take a minute. This frog is not great. What are you talking about, brother? Bill, are you doing all right? Are you having a strong? Alright, talk about the Kuki Navy.
First off, you should note that the naval troops in the Sengoku period were basically just pirates.
Pirates, huh?
Yes, they would put together crews of rowdy sailors armed to the teeth and have them patrol a designated area of the sea.
He's my supplier. Ah, so that's his title then. He must be a reputable warrior indeed.
They only actually served under their commander as a naval force when there was a battle.
So that's what the Navy was like back then, A ragtag bunch of pirates only called on to do their duty in times of need.
Exactly. In fact, such forces only came to be called navies during the Edo period, and that was purely a matter of convenience. As for the Kuki Navy, it was one of the pirate bands patrolling the waters of Ise Bay. A man named Kuki Yoshitaka was its commander, hence the name. He distinguished himself in the service of Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi.
Okay, I at least recognize those names.
Eventually rising to the position of daimyo at Shima Province. That's why they called him the Pirate Daimyo. He started as a lowly pirate, but rose all the way to the top of the chain of command.
Did you say Oda Nobunaga? Him I've heard of. He was the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, no?
True, but that's a title he gave himself.
Still, a pirate and a daimyo. What an enchanting combination.
Excuse me.
That may be, but he wasn't blessed where allies were concerned. It seems he was always butting heads with his relatives.
Oh.
For one thing, he may have had his nephew Sumitaka assassinated in order to take over the Kuki clan. He also fought on the opposite side to his own son, Moritaka, in the decisive battle of Sekigahara.
Moritaka. No, I was thinking of Tadamori. That's a different person entirely.
And in the end, spurred on by his vassals, he committed suicide on Toshijima, that island over there. So while Kuki became daimyo of Shima Province, his land was confiscated during his son's rule and the clan fell into decline.
Life truly is full of ups and downs. How the mighty do fall. He must have been quite a character.
Perhaps, but not in the way you're hoping for.
That reminds me, there's another fascinating legend related to the Kuki clan.
Oh, do tell.
It's about Kuki Yoshitaka's nephew, Sumitaka. He had an extraordinarily beautiful daughter named Princess Hatsune.
First name Miku?
You know it. She was an expert on stage. I dare say I know where this is going.
I dare say I know where this is going. Whenever a legend starts with a beautiful daughter, it inevitably ends with trouble.
You're not wrong there. Princess Hatsune was so beautiful that she saw no end of suitors, and her father sought to marry her off to achieve his political ends. But the princess already had a lover, so she fought against her father's plans and even ran away several times when they brought her home.
I knew it. Alas, that's what life was like for the daughters of powerful figures in those days.
Well, Princess Hatsune lamented her fate. Must I be cursed with such misfortune merely for my beauty? And she didn't stop there. May no beautiful daughter be born to this land again. Such was the curse she left behind before throwing herself down a well. And so ends the legend.
That's what I'd call a happy ending. The princess may have had good intentions, but I'm sure no one else felt she was doing them any favors.
Good intentions? That isn't how I interpreted it.
Well, what's your take on the story, then?
When authority figures try to force other people's hands, they bring these things upon themselves. It's just asking to get cursed.
Fair enough. I see your point.
Still, the princess did take it a bit far. To me, though, it almost feels like that part was tacked on later.
Yeah, it does seem a little unusual, I will say.
As if someone thought it'd make the story more impactful, and that word of it would travel further if the princess killed herself at the end.
Oh, if you're right, that would change the story completely.
But there is something else that interests me more. Sumitaka became head of the Kuki clan in 1560, but he was so young that Yoshitaka had to be appointed as his guardian. His exact age at the time isn't known, but the common belief is that he was about 8 years old.
Yeah, got fucking young.
Nothing unusual there. Premature inheritances were a common occurrence in those days.
I was also thinking Miku. Is there anyone who wouldn't think of Miku, our #1 superstar idol?
But consider this, when Sumitaka died 24 years later in 1584, he would have been 32 years old.
Yes.
If we suppose that Princess Hatsune was 15, their ages don't quite add up, do they?
Age differences weren't so much of a point of contention back then, but even so, that is a bit odd.
Which begs the question, did Princess Hatsune really exist to begin with?
And even if she did, was she really Sumitaka's daughter?
And Agat's Magatama was unearthed at the place where the princess was supposedly buried. What could that easily have been planted there? But that could easily have been planted there to lend credibility to the tale.
Well, once you start doubting, it's hard not to see lies everywhere.
True, and the pursuit of the unknown starts with belief, doesn't it?
My favorite, fucking... No, it wasn't Mio Kurosuzu. It was Hideki Araishi. Yeah, it was his line that Yoku Fukunaga then stole. So,
Well said.
A certain occult researcher taught me that one.
yeah, real shithead, that one.
You don't say.
Princess Hatsune. Okay, so this is actually more good details. During the Sengoku period, Shima Province was home to a number of local clans, among which the Kuki clan was just one of the many pirate clans operating in Ise Bay. However, things changed when Kuki Yoshitaka correctly read the changing tides and allied himself first with Oda Nobunaga and then Toyotomi Hideyoshi, both powerful figures of the era. Rising to prominence as commander of the Kuki Navy, he became the feudal lord of Shima Province, founding Toba Castle as his base of operations. While Yoshitaka was in the service of Nobunaga, the head of the Kuki clan was his nephew, Sumitaka, with Yoshitaka serving as his advisor. Despite his position, Sumitaka was little more than a puppet lord and died young, reportedly due to illness just 2 years after the Honnoji incident. However, some theories suggest he was actually poisoned by Yoshitaka as part of a scheme to seize control of the family. Kuki Sumitaka's daughter, Princess Hatsune. Yeah, but Sumitaka was supposed to be that young, so, Princess Hatsune was said to have been a woman of great beauty. Sumitaka planned to marry her off as part of a political marriage. However, Princess Hatsune refused, saying she had already promised her future to someone else. Upon learning that Princess Hatsune's beloved was a member of an enemy clan, Sumitaka was enraged and insisted that she marry the person he had chosen for her. Although Princess Hatsune made numerous attempts to escape in order to be with her lover, she was caught each time and forced to return home. Despairing of her fate, Princess Hatsune lamented her beauty, blaming it for her predicament before throwing herself down a well in her sorrow. As she did so, she prayed with her last breath that no beautiful woman would ever be born in that land again, or so the legend goes. Despite the tale persevering as part of local folklore, many questions about the accuracy of Princess Hatsune's legend remain, including Sumitaka's age at the time. Yeah, makes sense to me.
Oh, I just realized something. Kuki Sumitaka died or was assassinated exactly 400 years ago.
Is that significant?
Wait, exactly 400 years ago? Didn't it just say the period, so we would have no X attached to our thing here? Traditions and histories. Damn it, didn't throw the actual, year in it. Well, I'm sure I can look it up later.
For instance, a cycle of death and rebirth supposedly lasts 400 years, and some stories claim that a soul endures for 400 years. Of course, 800-year immortals have twice that lifespan, but as you can see, 400 years is widely considered a good cutoff point.
So there's a chance something happens after 400 years.
Maybe. In any case, we should probably tread carefully here.
It sounds to me as if we're in the right place at the right time.
Potentially. I'm sure that the 400 years is like a window rather than a cutoff.
Amadivers have a long history in the Tobashima region. Evidence indicates that freedivers have been fishing in that area since ancient times.
You don't say.
Most notably, it is said that Oben, who once presented an abalone to Yamato Hime no Mikoto, was the very first Amadiver. In fact, there's a shrine dedicated to Oben in Kuzaki that is considered a sacred place to Amadivers of the Tobashima region.
Is that so? She must have been truly legendary.
Moreover, there are several poems in the famous 8th century poetry anthology, Monyoshu, that depict the Amadiving in Shima province. Amadivers also appear in dozens of ukiyo-e from the Edo period. Clearly they are a popular theme.
It's quite incredible to think that their method of fishing has not only endured for so long, but has been recorded in such exquisite detail.
There's another point worth noting. Amadivers have long been likened to mermaids for their skill and grace. You could even argue that the Amadiver culture is so deep-rooted in this place it is interwoven with the region's mermaid legends.
Ah, yes, there is a theory that the mermaids of Ise Bay were simply Amadivers.
It does seem likely that there's a connection between the two. Wouldn't be surprised if they were the originators of the legend.
I mean, considering that they were literally diving near to Ugu, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some crossover between the two. Or how many times they have met. Which makes me wonder if the mermaids actually are the... God, what were they called again? The Tomokazuki, potentially. If they're related somehow to the mermaids. Yeah, this has never come up again, by the way. I am upset that this has not come up again. Like, literally just appears once, fucking disappears, and then everyone dies. Awesome. Okay. We'll get back there. We'll get back there. We'll get back there. Trust in Ishiyama-san. Ishiyama-san's got it.
Oh, right. By the way, there's another legend surrounding the Amadivers of the Tobashima region regarding something called the Tomokazuki.
I just had to bitch a little. I didn't even get one fucking line in before the game decides to just read my mind and say, all right, yeah, it's been long enough. Let's give you some details about the Tomokazuki. Man, fuck this game. I swear, there have been like 4 times in this stream where I'm talking about something that is seemingly unrelated, me wondering if it could possibly be related, and then it is directly mentioned in the next statement. My God.
Ishiyama-san knows what's in my head before I do. Oh, fuck.
The Tomokazuki.
It is believed that an Amadiver may encounter a copy of herself underwater, who will then offer her an abalone. If she accepts, the Tomokazuki doppelganger will drag her to the bottom of the sea, never to be seen again.
Ah, sirs, please don't spring scary stories on me out of nowhere.
That's why the Amadivers of this area wear the same and Domon symbols on them while they dive. It's a tradition that has continued right up to the present day. There must be some reason for it beyond pure superstition.
Interesting.
Please give me some details of any sort. Like, how the Soban and Domon actually supposed to fight them off? Did you work on this? Am I going to see insert real name in the credits or something? Shit, he's on to me, chat. Okay, hold on. On another note, the Amadivers of the Tobishima region possess such exceptional diving skills that in addition to fishing, they also saved people from drowning and fetched objects that sunk to the seafloor right up until the Meiji area. So they were also lifeguards of some sort.
Well, it sounds as if they were true diving professionals.
Exactly. In fact, after the Heike were defeated at the Dando Ura and were lost beneath the waves...
Oh, we're back to the Heike already. I wasn't aware there was a connection.
Well, after that fateful battle, who do you think they sent to reclaim the legendary sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi from the seafloor? 2 Amadivers.
Aha, so their lost and found services were being employed even back then, huh?
And while they were diving, they came to face with the vengeful spirits of the drowned Heike.
Ah, and I'm wondering if those Amadivers ended up picking up the curse stone, or getting someone to seal those spirits within a curse stone, resulting in the curse that we're seeing now going around.
Sirs, please, you're going to give me nightmares.
At least that's what's depicted in the ukiyo-e entitled In the Western Sea, the diving women encounter the Heike in the depths of the water.
Such a deep connection. To think the Heike were even once depicted with Amadivers. They truly are a symbol of the Ise Shiba region.
Yes, but the setting for that ukiyo-e is Dando Ura, which isn't anywhere near here. Still, it does go to show that Amadivers have held a deep connection to the sea for a very long time. And when we're talking about the Tobishima region, Amadivers are always going to be key players.
True. If you ask me, they should be brought up before the pirates.
Mind you, the Navy had a crucial role to play too.
Right, well, as fascinating as all of this has been, sirs, I'd say it's high time we turn to our primary topic of interest here.
Oh, and what would that be?
Girl, have you just been treating this as a vacation this whole time?
Personally, now that we've visited Ise Shrine, I'm more or less satisfied.
Wait, was this the shrine? I thought this was just the top of the fucking mountain. Did I just completely forget that in one ear and out the other? I guess so. Well, what do you know?
Tut tut. Sirs, you disappoint me. We didn't come here purely to chase legends, did we?
Aw, and here I was hoping we can move on to buying souvenirs next.
You know perfectly well that the true purpose of my voyage is nothing more or less than a treasure hunt.
Right.
Of course, I'm sure all this information we've been gathering will come in handy as well. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move.
And this is where they're going to start going to Kamishima, I assume? Alright. And they've given me 2 bits right off the bat. Both the treasure hunt and Kamishima. That's interesting. Alright, well. This has been very fascinating. The game is starting to lose me a little bit, I will say. Like, it grabbed me a lot in this section here, where they were starting to pick up more on how mermaids are actually related to the current what's going on and the curses that are happening around here. However, then it's just like, all right, we're just gonna dump a fucking hour and a half of preamble on you, and is any of this actually gonna be relevant? I don't know. If the fucking oh, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong button. That's the bird button. But if learning the fucking family tree of Taira no Tadamori and the fucking Yoshitaka and the fucking Minamotos and the Masamoris and Tadamori and everyone else is actually relevant, I'll be greatly surprised. I'm wondering if, like, the team is just trying to write all their entire trip off as a tax write-off. And see, let's just have this section here where we talk about everything we discovered over the research for this game, so we can say that our experience was justified. I don't know. We'll see. I still have my hopes, but at the same time, I'm not holding my breath. All right, now let's take our bird break before we write a send-off.
Maverick Manny, a member of the Bamboo Breakers dance team. This lucky duck is entered far and wide.
Oh, wait, no. This is one I already looked at, wasn't it? Yeah, it was this one.
Lil Blue, the leader of the hoodlum band Blue's Brutal Beaks, albeit in name only. The son of Abe's Academy Board chairman, he has turned to delinquency in defiance of his father, who refused to accept tit for tat, the very first friend he ever made. Although small in stature and timid by nature, those who have seen him cornered tell a different story, describing his berserk behavior as that of a bird possessed.
Fucking badass. This Kuwabara-ass looking bird. I still need to finish Yu Yu Hakusho. I only watched like 4 episodes. And then other things came up. So, anyway, that will be it for today. I think I might be able to pick this up tomorrow, but that is a little bit up in the air. I kind of want to spend tomorrow just resting, recuperating, and also cleaning up the house again. So I may have to push this off until either Monday or Tuesday. Probably Tuesday, realistically. Well, no, Tuesday is also gym. Fuck, I'm too busy. I do want to find more time in. I don't know. I'll keep things open there, and then I'll be posting any potential future streams to both the Discord and my Blue Sky account, which, fuck. I don't think I've actually attached my Blue Sky to, my Twitch, have I? Well, it's the same as it is everywhere else. It is LumiRev, so, if you're on Blue Sky, go look me up in there, and then you'll be able to find out all your streams and also my brain rot thoughts on there as well. So, for everyone who came to the stream, thank you very much for coming. Bill, it was great to see you. Like, kudos to you for sticking around for the whole thing. Like, I'm glad to see that there's someone who is as interested in this game as I am. And then, Uniers, thank you for stopping in for, like, a short bit. And then Bauer, Toast, all of you as well. Toast, I hope that work went well for you, if you end up watching this back or if you're still listening somehow. So, thank you all for sticking around. We'll be back sometime in the near future for more Paranormasight, The Mermaid's Curse. I am very excited for when the story picks up again. That'll very likely be the next stream here. So I will see you all then. Bye!